Sio na namba sana ndio KISUMU. Karena ujine na uji kijazi sawa ni jana kama mara ndio mimi information now.
I did not reach you, and I got in touch with your dad. Yeah, so could you please just take a look at the video, you can check at your then the photo which you apply for that book sign. Yeah, check if you don't pay and then call or a coffee. Yeah, I've talked to them. But you know, you must still go through the groups.
You guys move to another room. Full side. But no chulo pesa mati.
Today you are lost. I am not. I'm usually speaks then. She speaks very good. Yeah, yes. She is. But she's very by affiliation. And by social. And it's a magic.
But also, I think Annette.
Yes.
You actually so mocha.
And then Shahid.
Mano to pinyal.
Amesomea hapa. Hivi msichana. But she told me that. You told me that.
Who will let it be?
That's because I'm just stressed good. That's how I used to say. Stressful. That's stressing. It's not good. This is work. This is work. And then
we come before thee, Jehovah, with thanksgiving in our hearts. We thank you for gathering us here, Jehovah, as a family. We thank you, Jehovah, for this far you brought us. We thank you, Jehovah, even for the soul of our dear brother who came to be with you at the Ambolomo. We thank you, Jehovah, for the facilitators. We thank you for each one of us who have come from various places, oh Jehovah. Thank you for the journey mercies. Father, thank you for starting with us. Give us the understanding and wisdom as we hear what happened in many years, oh Jehovah, but you have brought us to think and remember things that had happened earlier, just as we remember you, O King. We thank you, Jehovah. We honor you, we exalt you, for there is no one like you. Sovereign Lord, be in our midst. Guide us. In Jesus' name we pray and believe.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. You want to know who, but we are many, so we're going to do this in groups. I know we are here representing different categories of people. We have elders, we have women, we have you, young people, we have people from the civil society, and also from the social justice centers. We have the clergy, academia, people with disability, media, business community, students, and IDPs. So we'll introduce ourselves in that manner. And I do want to ask one of the volunteers from, a young person from the social justice, come please, Kuja, to help us the microphone, to help us do this. So, yes, so I'll ask one elder. One elder to greet us and maybe introduce himself and greet us on behalf of the elders. Come on. Yes, so let me start with this today who's before us here.
Hello.
Jemachielo wandicho bunge la wananchi, ile doshi mashino malkia bunge la wananchi, ile doshi mashino malamono waliko manesu, ano tashien moso wa mjabila. Okay, so who is going to speak? Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wananchi, habari ya asubuhi. Wazee hai. Wamama tia. Welcome to this important function. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thomas. After that, we go to let's go to our mothers, our women in the house. So, if you consider yourself in that category of conflict, so you can be able to acknowledge you. Okay, Mama. Koro
mothers, yes. Women and mothers. I know they have different categories, young, but now in this category. Okay, so yeah, so one of them will appear. You can choose one person to give to. You can greet us on behalf of the others.
Okay, thank you. I represent Uganda Civilian and also Paralegal from KISUMU sub-county. On behalf of women, I take this opportunity to greet you all and also to welcome you to this meeting where we want to reflect back. I know at times we might sob because that is the nature of human being, and also considering that women always bear the burden, because when things happen, we are mothers, we are sisters, and we tend to care for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Hilda, for those remarks. Were there social justice centers? Comrades? Are there comrades in the house this morning? Comrades, Viva. Shimuru Malo, rise them, can be able to see you, then one of you will speak on our behalf. And who is going to speak can come to the front. We want you to speak from here. Please come. Who is speaking? Please come here, so that you can be able to capture you on that part over there.
More power to the people, more power. More power to the women, more power. Viva Nyanza Dialogue Initiative, Viva.
Viva.
My name is Achieng Achoki. I will convene KISUMU Cell. And I'm surprised. I didn't know it was going to speak.
You can speak on behalf of the Social Justice Centers.
Oh, so on behalf of the Social Justice Working Group, I think we're glad to be here. The other year, the same event was held at Grace Nyanza. And for us young people, it was such a great forum to interact and really know more about the law. And I hope we continue learning. Senior? Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Is there a representative from people with disability? Okay, the notes here. Civil society. Oh, yeah, somebody with disability. Please come. That won't be going to specific.
Okay, good morning everyone. I did not want to represent people with disability, but because I'm living with disability and they are not in the room, so I have to speak on their behalf. Okay, I'm particularly from Kapuki, Igori. Most of us get disabled because of mismanagement of justice. So I think at the end, we shall reach there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Makofi kwa mzee. Thank you. Civil society. What was civil society? Can speak on their behalf.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Peter Kochian. I represent Lexo for Community Transformation. We focus on human rights issues and, of course, environmental justice. On behalf of the civil society organizations, I take this this exceptional opportunity to welcome you on this very important function. The civil society has indeed played a very instrumental role, especially in the democratization process. Today, we are launching the KISUMU MASSACRE commemoration report. And during that time, the voice of the civil society could not be heard because of the oppressive regime that we had at that time. But we are glad that we have all the freedom it has these days because of the struggle of the individuals whom we can mention. But then I know our contribution in this context will be of significant influence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kochia. Makofi kwa Kochia. Thank you. You also acknowledge the presence of the clergy and all bishops, Heredity, and so you can come and speak on the bill. Please come. Yes. Now you can represent them. As they are invited, then maybe this is the way. Please come.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. I'm given a very big task, but I want to try to be more Christian as those bishops. I just want to make us feel very welcome because this is a great opportunity that we've had as a Kenya, Moda Kae, Mondua Vinjare, Mondua Ugu together. What we can do, where we are coming from, where we are going, and what other people can do. Otherwise, the church is with us because if we remember the book of Titus, we'll see how leaders, how Paul talked about choosing leaders, people with good morals. And I believe all of us here have good morals. People who don't do things that are contrary to the word of God and to the community. We are here to serve our community and to bring into remembrance really what had happened to us as a community and as a people. So let us join together and believe and trust that with God, everything is possible. Amen. Amen.
Thank you. Makofi kwa Madam. Thank you very much. You also invited those representing the displaced persons. And I say Brother Wing is here. Please, Maggie, please represent that group. IDPs.
Hamjambo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Kwa majina naitwa Nelson Wegi. Mimi nimerepresent the IDPs, survivors of post-election violence, 2007-2008. Nimefurahi kusimama mbele ya umati huu na kuzungumza mambo yaliyotendeka kwa wenzetu nyuma pale, pamoja na sisi ambayo mambo haya tuliyapata wakati wa 2007-2008. Kwa hivyo nazungumza nikiamini ya kwamba imefika wakati ambao sasa mambo yote zitawekwa katika mwangaza na kila mtu ataweza kujua ya kwamba alikosewa wapi na tunaelekea wapi. Kwa hivyo ni wakati nzuri ambayo tumepata ili tuweze kuzungumza pamoja. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo machache nimewakaribisha wote waje tuzungumzane ili tuweze kujua tunaelekea wapi na tumetoka wapi. Asante.
Thank you. Makofi yake. Thank you very much. We also have the media, journalists and masters, so one of them to be able to come and speak on the behalf. Kevin, please do that already. Watu wa media.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Omol. I'm part of the team that is organizing this, so I was doing that on behalf of the media, and I welcome you all. And as always, the media, we always speak on behalf of everybody, so we don't speak on behalf of ourselves. And I hope this deliberation is going to be fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you. Makofi, Kevin. Thank you very much. You are invited the business community. I don't know if there's any representative from the business community here. Okay, that's fine. Then apart from that, we also invited students from colleges. We have students, young people. We also want them to be able to know, like just the lady from the Social Justice Center said, we want them to be able to know what happened, the history that you do have as a community. So do you have students from colleges? Yes, please come. Come.
Good morning. I'm Mondi Joseph Chando. I'm here maybe in two perspectives. I'm a student, and I'm also from an organization called Igori Civic and Local Affairs Network. So, on behalf of students, I think it's my first time to be in such a program, and I believe the event will be fruitful to some of us who are in as students. Thank you.
Thank you, Makofi yake. Okay, and we'll be able to recover the as they can, but I know we have representatives from the independent institutions. We had invited people from the NCIC, we had invited people from the National Commission on Human Rights. So we had invited somebody from the National Gender and Equality Commission. I know they're here, but I know our sisters here from yes. Come and greet the people. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have someone from the commission? A different commission. Somebody from NGC, National Gender and Equality Commission. We're nothing. You just say the cake and this is report on me a lot. You have somebody from that commission. Maybe it's a saying that you're going to send someone. I cannot sit here. That's fine. I know we do have our friends, our supporters from the Kenya Human Rights Commission. We're grateful that they're here with us. I just want an opportunity to be able just to say hi, and then we can move on next. Someone's going to do that. Thank you.
speaks very fluent Luo. Mary Kambo is our program manager in charge of economic and social justice. She's there with us to hear about our story and how we can work together moving forward. And then we have Annette Nerima.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, if you have somebody from somewhere else, also you people like I think now I should be the English person.
Thank you, Annette. Annette is in charge of civil and political justice program where this initiative is supported. So I think this is not our first time here. We were with you at the beginning, and we are here to show solidarity and be part of the action moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My coffee from the Creators team. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your support. Yeah, I think that's it. The comments as they come. And this gentleman will be helping us out. Say your name.
I'm called Nyanza. I'm going.
Coffee, okay?
Yes. I'm called Nyanza. I'm going. I'm environmentalist and climate change activist.
See. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, friends. So if you are keen, when we started, in the prayers that was made by Madam Anne, who is one of us, she prayed on behalf of our family, of our departed. This juncture, I do want to welcome Janak, who is the chair of this initiative, to use this word of welcome and also now help us to be able to remember one of us who was departed. Karibu Janak.
I'm also Ushere. We are with Mama. Okay, anyway, because time is gone, the first thing I want to do is to welcome all of you for making time. And we are people who have come from different areas, Homa Bay, Migori, Siaya, and all the different areas. And a bit of this has been back and forth at very short notice. And some of the elders who are here traveled to bury one of the icons of eldership, Godigoro Aderosawa, who died on 6th March. And they still travel. A few traveled last night, others traveled back today. So we are happy and for all of you. In this session now, I just want to say a few things here, and then I'll invite the elders who have worked with the Diabolomo to come in front. At Diabolomo, we'll just hear a short video here. Diabolomo has been one of the most passionate elders about this process. Before the demonstrations last year, was it last year that you were with me? Was it last year? Last year. We had a session with a lot of elders here, and some of them are here. And we are saying, how do we stabilize Nyanza so that then if the demos come, we don't destroy property, we don't destroy the roads, we minimize casualties and so on. We had them here in the same hall. And out of that, we had sessions of radio stations and so on. And this time you saw, and the other players, that they never burnt roads in KISUMU. Did you notice that? They were putting fires in the middle and sometimes even opening up for all over, including in Migori. In Migori, I could create audio clips for the radio stations out of the discussion we had here. So I'm just saying that we have lost a very, very important person in the person of Adiabolomo. And we lost him at a time when he expected to be here again, to be part of this process. And the unfortunate thing is that he was from, they have a small team in Rabor here, and they meet every afternoon as elders in Bunge. They have a Bunge there, we have gone there with Kevin and the others. He was from there and went back always, Masoko home, and somebody carried him on a motorbike. As they were doing a corner, another motorbike came and hit hit them. And these people fled, including the one that had carried him, and left him there. He broke his hip bone and cracks on his fingers. It is other people who went and rescued him and took him to Karamobi, Russia. The following day when morning, he called me to inform me of what had happened. We have had a long history with him, and he's very passionate about language, culture, history. And for those of you who are there at Grace Onyango, you saw that it was with Mzera there. They were the people who told us the story of Russia and the shooting. Because they were there. They were part of the KPU team as young people. So we have lost a very important person. And he was gathering a lot more material for us. In my bag there, I have one of the materials that he donated to me. The presentation of the Luo Council of Elders to the TRC. Those many years ago that has also been ignored. And I have a few other documents we probably check with the family. Now we are losing elders. And as I invite the elders here, one of our police from Rangwe will just tell you about another elder who was here. We called him, one of our staff was calling him only for the family to say, hey, he was married 4 days ago. See how serious this is. So the memorialization and all this that we are doing is so important. It is so urgent. So I don't want to waste more time. I want to invite the elders, all the elders who are gathered here, whether you are with long at that time or not, just come to the front because this is your session for you to say goodbye to your colleague. They will lead us in this process. Maki yo makoro uwe oge speech makocha. Umedo Nigeria kane elders wakema galagala ibuku. Kimia ni hata tena ya tuma tena kukuru kwa wakema galagala. People begin, I don't know how can I know you. You have beyond human knowledge. You have to go beyond human knowledge. Amanda is the one who was asking, until when? You remember? Yes. Until when will people suffer killings and so on? Jordan. I will not delay you here. I'll give this microphone to Jadun first. Wachima, whom the Gunta Matilda Kachiel, Jadun will lose time. Then Kai, Taco Pai, and Rumi will lead the process. From having Guru Tubu Kitamatin, will lead the other way. Then Guru Kawaka, and a date for people.
Anan Francis Miguel Odanga, Arangwe, Uma, near waited the room, Stephen Othodea. Stephen Othodea, known one in 1934, Knock 2024, at 90 years. We buried him on the 5th of February. On the 5th of March, so we buried him on the 5th of April this year. Stephen Othon was a local Zolo of elders. He served even as the Secretary General for the local Zolo of elders. And at the time of his death, not because he was ailing, he was now a guy, Mare, Yuguma, Amabikan. His death had 4 wives, with 19 sons, excluding the daughters. So he had a very big family, and we had a very big funeral on the 5th of April. We were with him here in the last meeting in this hall. Actually, when I came here because of him. He's the one who introduced me to the movement here, and I'm stuck to it. Thank you very much. May God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Koro, Kaudini, Tipole Martin, Ka Kevin, Nisoka Kadiambo Loso, Kure Kabane, you did the process, you made what you did.
Wenyoka Nero sawa. Anapo en wachungi uraka achiel wapagi mokwongo eka wane picha. Yo kamano uru. Aneno wachak kamano eka wane pichni. Koro you can go on. Ne uru nyoro nyako kaja, eguna dhiambo wuoyonwa, kawuono onge kodwa. Nyawuok dalane nyoro, nyadhi kadero sawa. Adero tho ka jagni 90. Nyocha nawuoyo e redio, kayuak adhiambo long'o, bende nawacho ni mar adera to kamoro kanyalo wacho ni jochopo. To mar adhiambo to en accident. Jariyogi owaromi wacho cha kata waseromo kang'eyo mabiro goyo wacha. To pok chayange. To jariyogi adhiambo nwang'ere go higni 60 mokalo. Adera ni wang'ere go higni 40 mokalo. Koro miyo nyo an gi personal feeling kagia. Mowinjo wan ka joma noneno kaka ng'ama owinjo gimotimore wachno donjone opogore gi kaka ng'ama noneno wachno donjone. Kisumu Massacre an mane antie piny ne lich makata romo makowaromo kani romo machal kama ni wache gima kama ok ne nyathimore. To mosetimore ng'eny, nitie manotimore kapok wayudo loch. Moko malich ahinya ne ok otimore n'oganda luo, notimore n'ogendni mamoko. To joluo be noneno bathe. Bang' yudo loch, to joluo oseting'o pek mar timbe maricho. To hawi marach ni joma nwakete loch, joma Nyasaye osemiyowa kabede loch ma Kenya kawo kendo madwar adier. Koro nyithindo ma achien ok bi ng'eyo gik mosetimore maricho. To ka ok ging'eyo gik motimore maricho, to onge kaka gibiro avoid timo gik maricho. Bende mane mamiyo gikawo akawa gik moko mayot, gik moko gin atugo. Jothurwa onge kama uyudie piny moro mae pinyu. To ndalo be ok nwore ndalo watu watieko mawa to madawa wewe kigwa numu ber malo wangi mayocha okine kaja kipinda bo kane wabire kula mokala ja na wacho nuni kika wuka chu pe kubuka no moko chu ni pero bo no ke bene udak ngima monywan re bujo kongo kongo giligo be nyoso ji timbe ma richo ng'eny kuomu okurito lendo an kunena ka chal kodu kama en ito ngani jaduong' ma jananga emomiyo ipani an basi to higa to kamoro chopo bi bedo ni mayot chieng' no nawinjo ka kijana moro wacho ni gima kethowa ni un jodongo udwa dhi e lwa ahinya ubiro buket ne nyime aya ka ukudhialo gimotika wang'e udhialo gegi to wadhialre kata sani achiegni kuomo na bedi chonga tama chu kigombo chopo kara joluo wacho ni luor lwa mondo ndalo ni omedre kigombo chopo kara ka respect my age miya kora mondo abika nitie gima keloni mane ok ineno taweni gogo kini kele ni yathini gini kwai ukende wala pia nyoro rako dia chalo na kodi okamdo mweno maonge taibe nikie kwa mtima omenyethiwa uko obore ni kabore igo uko matek taro kangeyo kama igo uko ni chuni maye to be tinde ko kigo notogolo kati goni na to winji mondo mi yo to bela kia uto kiugo ko no to gulo ngenyu na mapira moyi yudo tek ero kamano unyethewa oloja na gimecha ko ni pinche no cha upai ero kamano ogweu yego awache matin to agam gulo no tije nikech pat mar piny ndalo mane dwaro piny agam ne tiyo kam sabet nobire gura ka ogamo kodhi agam lorong bila gijana mwogi kudinga misirikal nofwenyo na biambo bire wach mar siasa onge agam no tije agam no malich agamo chako gik mang'eny jomatindo an otoglo jomogo otoglo igamaro togle manonyuola timuru kaka watimo mondo chop e hikwagi chopo e hikwagi ka chieng' moro jo Kenya nonwang' ng'at moro ka kolo jadak ma joluo nonwang' joluo nokonyruok ng'ama nyalo choko oganda to keto kama kama to gipuonjore weche mwawachogi wawacho niya nyathi matin kigitero chiwo wadu kik itere dalagi dala wuoru kiterie kidwa tero titere dala owadu manosego dala to kinongo chiwo wadu mapod ni dalagi kik iteri joluo nigo weche mang'eny ni kam lukuno kitero nani tiende en ang'o ang'o momiyo joluo wacho mano un ma un kagi ang'o momiyo joluo wacho ni igeno geno rawono ogeno ang'o janak tim gimito moro jiluongowa kama to wapuonjo nyithindo ka gidok dala to gimbe gipuonjo jowadgi hikwagi an kawuono achako pile wuoro achiel an otoglo manonyuola to joma noluwo bang' manotimo yuma ng'enygi onge moko noringo odhi otero mon to wuonogi kawuono kiterie ni ng'ato wuoni ni ang'e ka gweno ko iwuok gi kor chiel ayie gweno biro kok kapod inindo aoka wajana ingine kuchoka ni luoko ni luoko ni kamano ani sa wala ani useme asa nikoro ni no mwana mwana kama walimu kwa bekala kwenye subu ni to gini ni jaza mwana kama ni tangu ndangu mwana kama wasioge kwa wewe ni kamano basi YouTube chaka muzo no kwelo
Nani Patrick Abane Milewa, Kanyamkago, Katiero Rapogi. Mukunga rumu na kero kamano kumlunga program ni. Anachil kumbio mose no wiki moko. Mchona ni nyaka kwa mani program ali ya luo. Mukunga rumu briefly. Anase struggle stroke na wa kanya 12 years. Machungo, mademo sport, madisi cool. Bane. By 1991-92, ni meteorologist na DLA President Moi Kabarak. The kind of feeling I did go. Never could not know when he did. Buluka, no gula, Makakwa will transfer here. Piasano, Uguila, Mano Doctor, and Dr. Bianco. Hotel Coberua kama tie na kuno loko kila yukisi na loko wala ku kila kitu kwa nala yo tugimako andikubule sani moro pa ni lu kumane yae ikumagede asili kuma mateka ni Odinga's 100 years liberation struggle beyond the handshake nyaka Odinga tax struggle 1920 Mawudu will be handshake 2018. The struggle continues. It will happen until when? Nyaka nene sutuboya tarika bigi marau aperio 1969. Mabi negi teno KISUMU tarik program big dumara pa 1969 for 54 years. Jaluo has been dying. Tindegege serikali. Omialiku buga no tingoite tema Jaluo kako senyore from 1920 to 2018. Prieta no yoke na ko pimoroka anro pokufopo unfortunately. To aliko sigani Jaluo. Aliko the roots from 1910 to today. Kocha presida kukulo banga monyo la rai koma monyo luo malu moni ayo chiko luo na libere onyo luo no chola to chiko dingu na mulu onyo luo no kange no kuma gedake nyaka ka wuono obedi sawa cha obedi kanye a program tete ile obedi roots anabe flash amale ntulu kyo wa bole kama yendo neno mane mugi andiko bufuli na bafa na mabiro neka abafa means Africa by Africans for Africans tienelea benjerade molos benjerade biritu jerade and my belief nilo so kanu biro ka ne manyo mwando doko ne ko dewo dano ma mo meyo kanyo ko ba pin Tomasayo baro mo Tanzania mo Kenya. Ewe in Ghana o baro di Jaluo ngaro ka bakero mo Tanzania mo Kenya. Ko Jaluo nyal move as a full force. Ma mo yande ko bune bafa movement. Pegira de cross ira de biru ira de. Kaka baunda di Jaluo corrected. Kaka wansi ko so watnya. What is Adesso? Adesso is a people from same originality, speaking same language, practicing same culture, and occupying same territory. Is Kenya this one? No, a conglomeration of these ones. Those are questions. Ma appeal in the movement, Bafa movement. Ma mo ya biroka, kawantoni yarate. Katonia Kwenye by 1890. Misumu nusu kurubawa na East Africa. Newane Uganda. By 1902, Odu change boundary to another one who was in Kenya. A group of people in Kenya, Papa said to Yanko, in order to promote our suffering. You know, to make collaborators of the white man. After that, Cabal some collaborators are continuing the leadership and will continue suffering until when? What is the end? Thank you.
Wonderful. Man, a great historian. I'll be a bit brief. And then, as I was saying, Francis Migueloranga, I'm a teacher. I'm a retired school principal. Incidentally, I'll be a bit scientific because I taught science throughout my life. National census in 1969, I was a young lawyer. At that time, when the census result came out, Luos were number 2 in population in this country. The subsequent census, have shown a decline in the population of the Luo nation. Why is our population declining? Basically, there are many reasons. Maybe you need to do a research on that. But main problem is our acceptance of the European or the foreign culture. Why don't you family planning? Engage mama. Mina ginyiwa gimoldewa. Anya moldewa ginyiwa. Instead, I don't have a Gimomeyo Akia. And I said, the Katamano, Kulan, Kamayoka, you couldn't anything of your bowl with a parade. A piece of carne of totally with Papa Chico. Our Kawaja, because of population. Gain me and when going on, I'm going to move to Moga again, number deep. Incidentally, many of us did not know that he died, but we didn't know how come. Then Dalama Lich, my powerful houses, power of population and power of education. Can I when you all belong, can I maybe education community. So we have to go back to the drawing board and find out how we would continue growing in population. Go and multiply. Go and this stop producing children. Koro wawere uruge paro ni angor jitina ko this school nango how are we God takes care of everybody that is brought here on earth through him. Okay, you know, in animal dano, come here, say, Molo. He could react. Nico, Mama, you don't know a cheer. How? In that. Why would manage it out of the command? Very important.
And Nyanza, no one ever guide you. Your courage, keep it. Okay, you need some more common by 111. Okay, you need some more. Cut somewhere in Canyon every Monday, so that's City Monday, Kuchikuru Chikos. Grabala Kwasi. Pujo ganda luo kakune obidani toki ngado yiki mupogro mano makajo an okay we roga ajenda manka tributes ne adeno sawa tokodnga adiamudo yuturwa tundu luo de ni moro unique mana sene Achiel, Otodea, on 1934. Adero Sawa, on April 1934. Job Yoto at 90. I'm American. Omi, Kumgi, Agoyo Negimos. On behalf of Karajoy, on behalf of Omabay County, Agoyo
ne tiyo gi wiye, notiyo gi ma. Kidwa bedo leader, kik ibed a leader matiyo gi ma instead of ma. Kiano uwinja maler? Uwinja maler? Gimomiyo awacho mano, nitie jojuoga adi adek e piny ka. Samoro ing'eyo, samoro be ikia. Jajuok number 1 en lo mineno unyononi, ema nogolie. Lopni ema nogolie kae to chwei. To chakruok piny ne wacho ni gima kama obedie to bedo, bedie to bedo. Kogi ndalo mar 6 tiwacho ni koro okaw lo kende wuon monyoso moketo dhano. To neno ni dhano ber mondo rit gigi. To miyo dhano chik. Chandruok mantie ni jojuogi ge utugo kodgi. Jomoko tugo gi lo. Kata mana thuru. Ka in gi lo to ne uso michamo lo. Ok inyal chamo lo michako icham. Ang'o? Pesa lo. Kendo uneno gi ng'eny gi joma uso gi wik mawacho gi ng'iewo thuru gi kuno. Gibedo gima KISUMU luongo ni squatters in their own land. Ochamo modong' e abila mathis. Leg nande. Sama wuoyo kodu kama, awinjo ka juogi jajo wiya. Uwinja maber. Akoni ng'ama jatelo kik yier pesa. Koro ng'ama tugo gi lo, to uneno anena ng'ama somo Biblos manyana niya gi Safira. Ng'ama chako somo Biblos maber many joma nondhogo Yesu, Judas Iskariota. Pesa. Koro abire dhano. Dhano ni jajuok number 2 ema rach gi wadgi. Dhano ni jajuok number 2 ema nyalo negi for money. Kanyamo to ng'ato ka dhano. Jajuok number 3 en pesa. Kaito koro pesa ni tinde timore nade? Tinde onego piny. Sani dhano tho ka yuech. Ne sababu adek. Achiel, kech chame nikech hero pesa. 2, pache dang'ni. Tuoche mag press opong'o dende. Tuoche mag sukari opong'o bende. Chandruok mopil ka kod kacha opong'o dende. Ka ae pesa onge go. To sami onge pesa, chiemo be kaka iyudo onge, to tuo betwe, idhi kuo. Mane momiyo koro utho ka yuech. Nyocha ni gimoro timore malo ka, Muronga ka. Mochido chunya nyaka wuono. Ng'ato peto nyithinde gi chiege gi everything mane ok timore piny luo. Ang'o momiyo maki timore? Magi timore nikech jajuok koro madwa loyo jojuogi mamoko ma en pesa koro ema timore. Kendo ang'o ka ng'ato bedo ni en odwaro gine, en ong'ondo meye. To ni en a leader mar jogi. Be obiro konyo. Dakane kung'iyo. Be obiro konyo. Aloro, kawacho niya, piny osiko toksikie. To gima nyaka ing'e ni piny ma wantie ni orumo. Tang'o motieke? Pesa. Oloyo nyaka manochwe. Ka nyathi matin nyalo goyo wuongi nikech lo, to lopno to en to onge kama nong'iewe. Lo ok cham gimoa ilo micham. Wuoyo kaka jaluo kendo kaka jatuo. Gimoa ilo micham. An andiko iluongo ni chakruok oganda. Koa ino yie cha noting'o dhano adiwa, dhano 8, Ham, Sem, Jafet, gimonde gimano dhano 6, to Nowa gi jaode, mano dhano 8. Ka ng'at masomo Biblia to biro yie na wacho ne adier. Kakoro wabiro kanyo to wabiro ka wan joka ham. Hamo nyuol wedi. Ang'wen. Musraib, Put, Kus, gi Kana. Jogi te gin ja Afrika mago joka ham. Musraib en Misri, Put en Libya, Kus en Abyssinia, Ethiopia. Kanan en in mawi ngino re. Go joka Kanan. Ine magine iluongo ni African continent ma wengwa. Kang'anyo kamuso koloji dhi go kocha. Ong'ado gi joka Jafeth gi joka Sem. Joka Jafeth gi joka Sem ong'ado dhi godo kocha. Sem en Asia Minor. Mano timo Sem jama ng'ama en rabuor kamano to yiwie ni bor to tege. To kidhi Jafeth machogo. Matinde sando wa moloyo ma sando ji e piny ka. Okawo pesa oketo mbele ni kata kidwa ng'iewo gimoro nyaka ng'iew gi dola. Owang' ma kawo gigi.
Session was important and it fits within Keno Marwamwadone intergenerational dialogue. Your Matindo winyo yogi, you will lose everything, and if you don't pick anything from Jadumoro and Bati, if you remain kind of your Poglo completely, okay, anything you will carry on. Okay, challenge you I don't talk. Unki kaka unni, if you are well painting on read, who will read it? If you are near, but they will never come in near. But yet, I've been the street personality. I've been the street of Pekia Gakan Kili Kujonality again. Le Victoria, Nanity. So the entire Ibrobedos water carry. But it's because you don't know what I want to stop this and get this back to Gaia and thank Jordan for this important session. Apparently, what will proceed, my bed thereafter, you will castle, but this dialogue is important and I want to thank all of you again. Jadwal, what will be Tuolo, Kata Ingilian, what thereafter, like Internet.
Thank you, Jada. My coffee for Jada, please. My coffee, don't you want to I was listening to what they said, so that you can, you have to make space, you have someone who knows the subject. Yes, so what you are saying is very important. The aspect of money, and that was the later the Honorable was, talking about the people that you want. But now is you don't choose leaders based on what they can do for the people, but based on how much money they can be able to give us. It was saying, for those who don't get it, that if you have elected somebody because of this money, what do you expect from him, really? So that's the challenge giving to young people, that let's not be all this about money. Okay, thank you. It's a bit late. It's now, what time is it? It's 11:40. Your order, your job. Okay. We want us to take a brief tea break for like 20 minutes, and then we come back, then we proceed. It's awesome. So I want to ask somebody to bless the tea on our behalf. We just take this to this number.
Tuamini na tuombe. Jia wanasachwa wakati wa matemiwa kani tulipokuka wedi kani miindo dua kichwana sana in the name of Yesu.
Tea is served at the back of the room there. Please proceed. Let's take 20 minutes and come back and catch up with time.
Ipachgi nitie moko moko wako wiketo rekod. Moko nyalo chwalo ne kata
Report mowuok kiny kaka ji owacho gi pachgi nitie moko mwabro wacho wakete rekod, moko wanyalo chwalo ne kata na ginene bura ma Kalonzo go pio andai giri losecha. Mwacho ni ketie uru maber report mondo udhung'i kama diyo joluo kata gini mamoko ma Kenya.
Mine mang'eny osehinyore. Mine hinyore kabisa nikech iyudo ka ng'a baba ene modhi dwar to biro kelo ni famili chamo donge. In ng'amiyo sama oneg jaodi oko kachacha ine midonge nyithindo. Penjo tamo waduoke e udi. Nikech nyathi bo penj to baba no wuok okiji dak oduogo. Baba no wacho ni bro chulo na fees kata bro nyiewo na gima kama. Dak kora yud. Koro yudo ka mama ni chune ni mondo chak timre na ochak manyo kako ko nyathini kata kako wuoyo gi nyathini. Seche wuoyo gi nyathini tibe ipar ni e bende en dhane bende ohinyore. Koro en mana tuak mwadhi bedo go mondo ni ere kaka wanyalo konyre kaka oganda mondo mine gi kata mine machon chi jaod Tomboya, jaod Agwings Kodhek. Wadwang'e ni gin negi konyore nade, ere kaka negi biro ma giae gini.
Ere kaka wanyalo timo kaka oganda mar joluo koro mondo koro gik mosekadhe mondo koro wan be wageng' kik ni timore.
Wach no ganda joluo man ka. An kaka udo gada chien kucha no Nyango radio ni ka wache kutegno kabisa. Na happen to bedo youth Jaramogi. Abedo bug Jaramogi kama maboge ni ka cholo wudengo giri ni wane mane wan kijende. We are the young people, the strongest at that time. Mwa yudo ka Jaramogi ni under house arrest. Jaramogi ubedo detained ode dala ne ka. Umuga professor giriwa. Jadumo neko giriwa. Mbewa wundende giriwa. Othigo tino giriwa. Ombopthim giriwa. Adala girutugo nika. Onyango changeri jadumo jidhinendo Jaramogi. Mane koro iwacho nwa to kijendeke. Where are young people? Mondo wuog oko. Nikech Jaramogi nyaka yud jomotegno mondo konye. Oyudo ka that time. Wan gi jo 82 Air Force manoriembe. Lieutenant Colonel Odendo, Captain Ouya, Captain Owaga, Obuongoye Urgineka. Gijowa mang'eny ne ging'eny wariwore waloko a strong force. To yudo ka ndalogo Baghdad, Saddam Hussein, jogore d'Amerika. Koro wan bende wabukre waluongre ni Baghdad mondo wakony Jaramogi waneno mohik kamago e joma dongo. Mane wachako gi miluongo ni Baghdad. Baghdad nolokre mobedo profile kaka militia group. Ma wan sirikal nokwonyo njore. Janjore ber, ki janjore ma gore na dier na ratiro ma jomoko michop kama wachopeni. Miduog ka Kristo kone. Donge mano lweny maber. Waluwo gima ne iwacho mar Jaramogi dwaro. Wayudo ni mano kara ne ok yo makare. Mapinyo lokre. Onyango radiemika. Onyango ne olare hol moro kani Onyango ne ochung' ka dwaro deputy mayor. To tono mayor, to oine dwaro mayor, to tono dwaro mayor. Kae mwayware lu, to ok Onyango pinga. Yes, Onyango wacho ni to. An asiro ine nikech abedo deputy mayor. Onyango nobedo deputy mayor koso nokobedo. Jomoko nokawo richo at that time. Nine okwawinjo gimono nego tim. Mae kaka wuoth osewuothore. Ni seche moko ia koni tiudri koni, tia koni tiudri koni. I will not regret having supported Jaramogi. Ok abi regret nyaka chieng' miyika. Chungo jadumo gingo dinga. Mana timo go natimo. Nikech ne wadwaro piny siemonwa Kanaan ka. Uma ka buwagre siemonwa Kanaan ni chaye go to yuru koso Nyango nokosiemo. Kanaan ni by 92 ne siemonwa. Uma ka buwa wacho dwa. No we milion abiriyo Geneva. Akumu Dennis Girini kanyo. Jodongo nitie. Jaduong' obedo gi joma nobedo accidentees. Joma ne obedo accidentees ni wan go ka. Ikelo limestone. Amerika ambassador limestone. Iwacho ni Amerika osemiyo Jaramogi loch. Wasekawo koso ok wakawo. Ne wakawo that time. And we became strong. Modok to history.
Maluku moko ne beyo, Victoria has nothing to do. Ma pesa na romo an kine mana campaign symbol mara nesa kasa romo to gimoro onge geno samar loko nyig Lake Victoria romo mondo loke umiye nyig joluo kamate inyo telo manyi bolo mawacho politics gimoayo ma ok pesa telo to pero luwo bang' pesa nyako dogo man pesa na ero ma ok udhi tiyo odhi manyo pesa kendo riambo nyaka wapuonje timo mano jogo dhi duke kwan mag campaign no mondo otimre mondo tiyo biro. God's time is that? Yes. Do you think anyone open a baby have God's time?
Kana wabiroga at the invitation ma workshop. No visa wa no dot memorialization. The first they bodo got in God. Maato not America 1969. So now page you know that has this thing ever been documented? You know, is any TJRC report. TJRC report is good. So we just report to the moral. You blame him for your man. That's the truth, no? But also listening to the tone of this meeting, especially in the morning hours, we will need to chart a new direction. For the reason now, what is cover as much as Joma Inyoa, one another can do one, but part of the problem is also within. I mean, the problem within. The problem within partly is because of our political culture. Opedo, or watch an angle, Jidwamo no Holly. Now we have a leadership today. Makatamuna teacher say report no. Kama mention Parliament. Onge. But the most important thing, one allow justice your man. Because what say Iba? To justice. The beginning, the bedrock of any transitional justice framework is truth seeking. We must tell our own story in the way it must be told. Kenya Human Rights is committing. We support you. But this is part of the transitional justice program. Mandate Muchu. Wachako ni KISUMU Wako the different counties. So very good this kind of dialogue. You know, we learn from their mistakes, but we act different.
Jaduong bedo na gi power, kain gi power monya no kuomogo, kapinya no kuitogo. Jaduong gi power sadi. Ina no miyo ji gweth, kapinya no kuomogi. Powers go wito. Kurwano sie kamoro en kumoro ma wakete nying jowa mosedigi to udok kanyo mondo wadok manyo gweth gawa ikuom mondo power mar jaduong oduoge wang'e. KISUMU county space wanyalo yudo kuwuoyo gi county mwawuoyo gi institutions ti mondo miwa kamoro kidhi America nitie Lincoln Memorial, nitiere War Memorial, nitiere Martin Luther King Memorial. To kidhi kanyo story no teni kanyo gi buge nyaka bookshop minyalo donje minyiew mondo ing'e gima notimre 1969. Donge mano gima wanyalo timo. Institution mar ker ma urgoni, institution ni anaparo ni nyalo loke mobed ni mane kama president wantie, mobed ni kanye kama palace benitie. To palace no nyalo bedo nyaka gi police ma ker ka wuotho to wariti arita waseya to ker bedo gi budget. To budget ne matimo gi agriculture ma nyako moro wacho kaka cultural institution or preserve na culture jo kabaka ni kode jo teso ka
Emor ni kode. Acholi ni kode. Utu bed nadi. Ofafa kibeto lil miworo manto kaya. Kata mna coat of paint. Paint binja nyo crown badge. Okwanyan leo wa paint go kama nyango bedo palace. Space one go, we don't know how to use it. You don't go challenge on the phone.
Night, I couldn't sleep, so I wrote something.
Viva, comrade, viva.
It happens right here, many years ago today. That day, it rained blood. That day, the wind blew tears, not away but into our eyes. That day, the rivers drained with sorrow. The sad sun hid his face away into the clouds, lest he be cast for smiling down on a people enraged. The tension was so thick, you could cut it with a knife. The conversations, a stream of unending white whispers, even babies felt it. They slept early. That night, not even the warmth of a wife's bosom could keep a man when his thoughts were far away. They whispered mate into the night, long after the last elves of the fire had died. Within that year, they had lost 2 sons. The one existing was almost being rendered useless. The sadness, the rage, the despondency, though they still said, may the day break, may tomorrow's sun dry.
Neg jaodi oko kachacha ine midonge nyithindo penjo tamo waduoke udi nikech nyathi bopenj to baba nowuok okiji dak oduogo baba nowacho ni bro chulo na fees kata bro nyiewo na gima kama dak kora yudo ka mama ni chune ni mondo chak timre na ochak manyo kako ko nyathini kata kako wuoyo gi nyathini seche wuoyo gi nyathini tibe ipar ni ebende en dhano ebende ohinyore koro en mana twak mwadhi bedo go mondo ni ere kaka wanyalo konyre kaka oganda mondo mine gi kata mine machon chi jaod Tomboya jaod Agwings Kodhek wadwange ni gin ne gikonyore nade ere kaka ne gibiro ma giae gini
ere kaka wanyalo timo kaka oganda mar joluo koro mondo koro gik mosekadhe mondo koro wan be wageng kik ni timore
wach oganda ka an kaka udo oganda chien kucha no nyangore diende ka wache ko tegno kabisa na happen to bedo youth Jaramogi abedo bug Jaramogi kama maboge ne ka cholo wude go geri ne wan kijende we are the young people, the strongest at that time mo yudo ka Jaramogi ni under house arrest Jaramogi bedo detained or the dana ne ka umuga professor giriwa jadumo ne ko giriwa mbewa gunde giriwa othigo tino giriwa ombopsi giriwa adala girutu golika onyango changeri jadumo jidinendo Jaramogi mane koro iwacho ruoto kijendeke where young people mondo wuog oko nikech Jaramogi nyaka yud yo motegno mondo konye oyudo ka that time wan gi jo 82 Air Force mane oriembe Lieutenant Colonel Odendo Captain Ouya Captain Owaga mon goyo wur gideka gi jowa mang'eny ne ging'eny wariwore waloko a strong force to yudo ka ndalogo Baghdad Saddam Hussein jogore d'Amerika koro wan bende wabukre waduogre ni Baghdad mondo wakony Jaramogi waneno mohir kamago e joma dongo mane wachako giluongo ni Baghdad nolokre mobedo profile kaka militia group ma wan sirikal oloko jonjore jonjore ber ki jonjore ma gore na dier na ratiro ma jomoko michop kama wachopele miduog ka Kristo kone donge mano lweny maber waluwo gima ne iwacho mani Jaramogi dwaro wayudo ni mano kara ne ok yo makare mapiny olokre onyango radiendika onyango ne olare hol moro kani onyango ne ochung' ka dwaro deputy mayor to tono mayor to oine dwaro mayor to tono dwaro mayor kae mwayware e lu to ok onyango piny ka yes onyango wach ni tho onyango ne olare hol moro kani onyango ne ochung' ka dwaro deputy mayor to oine dwaro mayor to oine dwaro mayor kae mwayware e lu to ok onyango piny ka yes onyango wach ni tho onyango ne olare hol moro kani onyango ne ochung' ka dwaro deputy mayor to oine dwaro mayor kae mwayware e lu to ok onyango piny ka yes onyango wach ni tho onyango ne olare hol moro kani onyango ne ochung' ka dwaro deputy mayor to oine dwaro mayor kae mwayware e lu to ok onyango piny ka yes onyango wach ni tho onyango ne olare hol moro kani onyango ne ochung' ka dwaro deputy mayor to oine dwaro mayor kae mwayware e lu to ok onyango piny ka yes onyango wach ni tho onyango ne olare hol moro kani onyango ne ochung' ka dwaro deputy mayor to oine dwaro mayor kae mwayware e lu to ok onyango piny ka yes onyango wach ni tho onyango ne olare hol moro kani onyango ne ochung' ka dwaro deputy mayor to oine dwaro mayor kae mwayware e lu to ok onyango piny ka yes onyango wach ni t Ana silo ile ni kenya beru deputy mayor, nyamu no beru deputy mayor kosono kobe. Jomoko no ka wijo at that time. Nine okwa wijo gimono ne ote. Mae kaka wuotho se wuothore. Niseche moko yakoni ti urikone ti yakoni ti urikone. I will not regret having supported Jaramogi. Oh, kabiri regret.
Express themselves about the atrocities, to engage the government and also make demands for justice, but also say that going forward, how do we manage the space better in the event that citizens are engaging with the authorities? Can we manage it better within the context of the constitutional provisions and justice? Because that is important if the people are to engage. The people have a right to do certain things. So this conversation we are having here is going to go forward, but here we have a group of elders who have seen it all. And one of the most important things we are promoting is what we call intergenerational dialogue. The elders are living. We have just lost Mzee Adero Sawa, we have lost Lomo, we have lost Jadung Otho, and many others. We do not know when these ones will go. So it is important for us to begin to harvest information from them. It is important for them to begin passing information, and that is why you see a lot of youths here. We have brought people from different generations. So this is going to continue, and the Nyanza Dialogue Forum, or the team, is working with different other agencies. And in this case here, particularly for this case, we are working with the Kenya Human Rights Commission, which has been at the forefront of agitating for human rights to help us to move this conversation forward, but we own it as the people of Nyanza. They are merely coming in to lend us support and expertise because they have research capacity, they have other capacities, but this is going to be driven by the Nyanza people, and we have a team here who are driving this process. So this is where we are, and that is why the elders here can, I don't know if... Yes.
Yeah, currently as we speak, there are agitations, especially in the medical field, where doctors, in the field, they're demonstrating. For 3-4 weeks now, we have not reported any death of any of those demonstrating. How is it different politics, given maybe the input that you are getting from the public during this dialogue? What is the biggest issue when it comes to politics?
The most important thing, and which my colleague here will also speak to, is the question of how we manage public order, the management of the space when there are contestations. If it is managed better, there will be no deaths. And that is what we have seen. When one of the leaders of the doctors was injured the other time, now the state pulled back and allowed them. If you allow people to go around the street and so on, they'll get tired in the evening, put out their issues, and then they simply go home. Now that is what we are saying, that we must negotiate with the state to manage the space better, to allow the citizens to express themselves. I want to pass this over to our colleague here before the elders speak. Yeah. The report that we are going to launch is a report of the KISUMU massacre of October 25th, 1969. We were commemorating 54 years since this happened, and we had the discussions at the Grace Onyango, social hall. Now, the discussions centered around memories of that atrocity, and we had those people who were there. Mzee Onyango Radier here was actually a councillor and was the one handing over the facility to the government to officially open it. So he was there; they witnessed it all. So we got the people who were there at Russia to give us the stories about that, to let the community understand what happened, because history and memories are important. So the report that we have is the report of the conversation about the KISUMU massacre and all other cases of state brutality as we discussed it at the Grace Onyango Center to start the process of documentation, memorizing, and making demands for justice. In short.
Maybe another question.
Yes.
About the massacre 1969, do you have any records of people being compensated? The 100 people who were killed and maybe those who were injured?
That is part of the issue. From the last 5 decades or more, all victims of state brutality have never been compensated. That is the demands that the elders are making. That's the demands that people in Nyanza are making. That's the demands that are being made by this initiative. We must remember them. We must
compensate their families. We must honor them. And we are making a demand to the county governments in this region, and we have initiated conversations with them, that they must provide memorial parks where we can list the victims of state brutalities like what we are having in Rwanda. In neighboring Rwanda, they have the names of everybody who was killed, 800,000 of them. How come here in Nyanza, we cannot even have a small space where we say who was pulled out of Nyalenda the other day, who were killed, Baby Penda and so on. Have you seen any inscription anywhere? So we are making those demands. So it's not just the national government. National government has a bigger responsibility, but then we are saying the local governments, the county governments here, where the victims have been, and the people are actually agitating for good governance, not just at the national level, but also here at the local level. So there will be layers of responsibility that we are going to put on the leadership at different levels. I want to, the last one, so that I invite my colleague and we get the elders.
It was just but I think I was not there in the first forum. I think
yeah.
The second.
Yeah.
But just I've seen that when the elders came, they were given an opportunity to express themselves, they try to recall or reflect on what happened those years. And now you also brought on board the young people. And the elders, when they try to point out some of the shortcomings of the present young people who are living now, some of them are here, how they are not even going anywhere. Then they were very much trained, you had what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Do you think you have the opportunity to also to the youth, to the people who are the young people they are talking about, or to have an opportunity also to express themselves, and also we could say the shortcomings they are seeing also on about those same elders? Because that is now when you talk about the dialogue, because it is something which you want to bring us. I think we say here when he was a deputy mayor.
Yeah.
I think the mayor was
Oile.
Or the other guy was the father of our
No.
Yeah, okay. To answer your question.
I was a councillor with Grace Onyango first. Later on, I became deputy of Oile.
Okay.
So those are the days when I was the one who was reporting about this. So what I would like to know, do you have that chance?
Yes.
For them to give an opportunity to also express themselves, because they are now being being accused, or being even attacked, or being even maybe trying to condemn.
I think you are getting it wrong. We are not accusing our children. We are advising them. We are merely advising them, and they cannot all be here. Even elders are not all here. We are here representing elders. You are here representing the youth.
Okay, anyway, the point...
You can claim what you want.
Okay.
I can also say I'm a youth.
And that is why we are even writing books.
Yeah.
Because those who are not here, we get them.
But okay, now, from the perspective of the Nyanza Dialogue Initiative, this is what we call intergenerational dialogue. And for those who are at Grace Onyango, the youth had a session, a whole afternoon of 2-3 hours, where they engaged the elders and asked them questions about what they thought was wrong. The religious community even told the elders. For example, one of the things that they raised is the fact that the Luo Community Council of Elders is so divided, so hopelessly divided. At that time, we don't know if it is improving now, that they must get their act together, because they cannot advise the community if they keep quarreling among themselves. So the opportunity for intergenerational dialogue is being provided, and we are going to have sessions in this afternoon where we are going to have everybody else, including the youth. And if you watch the clip here, you'll be able to see the youth engaging. So this is an engagement across all generations.
I like that.
Yeah.
I was not there in the first time.
Yeah. So let me just allow our colleague from the Kenya Youth to put this into perspective in terms of what is the agenda that we are engaging in at the national level, because it's not just here. Karib.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Cornelius Oduor, Deputy Executive Director, Kenya Human Rights Commission. Part of the reason why we are partnering with the Nyanza Dialogue Initiative is to seek justice for victims first, because we realized since 1969, after the massacre, this region, and particularly Luo Nyanza, has continued to bear the brunt of state brutality. And in all those years, nothing has been done to rectify or to give redress to the victims. So part of this initiative is to look back and see how best those victims can be, their issues can be addressed within the framework of the law. But more importantly, we are concerned that government has continued to injure and maim the young people in this region, especially every election cycle. And we are concerned that this region cannot continue bearing the brunt of state brutality. So this conversation is also to change the narrative, apart from seeking justice for the victims, but also to change the narrative. What is it that the young people can do differently, even when they want to express their disillusionment or disagreement with government position on any issue? Like even when we had the demonstrations around the high cost of living. Is there a way in which we can still express our anger in a way that does not lead to deaths and maiming? Is it that the police and the state agencies, security agencies, are treating Nyanza people differently? Because we've seen demonstrations in other places. Yes. But when it comes to Nyanza, there's a lot of massive use of force. And this is the dialogue we want to have the young people, involving the elders and even other cultural and religious leaders, so that we can agree on how we need to do things differently. And I think this is the beginning. This recording of what has happened, especially drawing from the lessons of the massacre of 1969, taking this discussion to the young people in the various counties of Luo Nyanza, so that we can see how we can change the narrative and we can have an environment whereby we are not giving up. We are not going to die on our knees, but we are saying we remain, we still have the right to demand for what is rightfully ours. But then we must be able to do it differently. And part of the things that we want also changed is the Public Order Management Act. Because I think the government is interpreting it differently against the tenets of the Constitution. There's that the government can do to facilitate demonstrations without necessarily killing and maiming. And part of the things we'll be doing is to advocate for a change in the legal framework, particularly the Public Order Management Act, in a way that resonates with the tenets of human rights principles. Yes.
Here or some other places I've been hearing about over the radio. Some people talk about the 2007, 2008, where we had this election violence. And they're saying that some people from this area, I think that's either Nyanza or maybe they can call it Nyanza. Some people who also suffered, some people have been compensated, but with them they have not been compensated. And they also consider themselves, they're also Kenyans. As a human right, what is your take?
I think this is part of the structural discrimination that we are seeing, that we are being treated differently. I'm shocked that in this day and age, there are people still in KISUMU who refer to themselves as IDP. Why? It's almost how many years?
Because the matter has not been solved.
It has not been solved. But in other areas, people have moved on. Government has invested, bought land, given them some small stipend to carry on. But this area, because most of us were largely integrated, why are we being treated differently? And this is why we are seeking justice. We must engage with the government of the day so that we can get justice even for the IDPs. Yes. And I think this must go into the conversation, because this community has some level of anger and there's tension between this community and government because of what we perceive as being treated differently or as second-class citizens. Yes. Cornelius Oduor, Deputy Executive Director, Kenya Human Rights Commission.
But you happen to come here from this side?
Yes, I'm from
so
here.
Say that you are just talking because you are coming from
No. These are facts. As much as I come from this region, these are factual issues and they are documented evidence to show that this region has been treated differently.
And you have the right to say that.
Yes.
One question. You were part of first engagement.
Yes.
Yes. And from the engagement, there were proposals that people were bringing in. And you may also have received a preliminary report of that engagement. So as a commission, what are the things that you are pointing out to be going forward?
Of course, we are partnering. We have a mandate as a Kenya Human Rights Commission to seek for human rights-based or centered governance at all levels. And our partnership with the Nyanza Dialogue is part of our transformative justice agenda, whereby we'll be seeking not only to facilitate community dialogue on these issues, but also seek minimum legal reforms so that we can have a different legal regime in terms of public order management, and also seek accountability, even command responsibility, because we realize we cannot blame the security agency wholesale. We want to go for the specific officers who are hell-bent on killing and maiming young people whenever these things happen.
Okay, now we will turn to the elders, and they here will lead briefly in terms of how they look at the situation, and then from there, one or two others will may put in a word.
I've said my name. My name is Nyanza. My name is Onyango Radier. I happen to have participated in the struggle for independence of this country. Come 1965, I was first elected a councillor of this town. At the advent of multi-party, I was again elected councillor and I became deputy mayor of this town. That is whom I am. Now, we've been treated differently in this country. And our only crime is that it so happened that potential leaders who speaks in the interest of the people happen to have been born from this end. We had our share of struggle to fight for independence of this country. And when independence came, when independence was achieved, we were at the center of the government of Kenya. Unfortunately, it is our people who felt that there was unfairness in the way the public affairs were being managed. For example, the then Vice President Jaramogi Oginga Odinga did not agree in the manner the land issue was being handled. A case which he argued that it was unfair to subject the Africans to buy land from colonialists because only those who had money could buy. But majority of the people who were displaced from the land were moneyless and could not afford. That brought about difference between the then head of state and the vice president. And we enjoyed being in the government for only 3 years. After that, we were subjected to opposition. And we've been branded to be anti-government ever since that time. It is unfortunate that that has happened. But the thing is, even if we are in opposition to the government of the day, there are rules and laws governing the country. Must we be treated differently from other people? One of the questions which was raised there, just now strike is going on of the medics. Is it being treated in the same way they are demonstrating? Are they being treated in the same way that the demonstrations in Nyanza have been treated in the past? Not at all. Now, they claim that the people of Nyanza are violent. Tell me, if you approached me violently, do I not have a right to defend myself? How do I defend myself peacefully when you are violent? And the people of Nyanza are seen to be violent because they are being handled violently. For example, if we talk about the Russian massacre, it was a normal expression of view, of opinion. Mboya had just been assassinated. And we believe that somebody organized this one. It was managed. Some people outside the venue had actually demanded the president to explain why Mboya was assassinated. When he came in, he became so irritated and had confrontation with Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. But that, we thought that was going to end there. But when they left, people were being shot throughout the route, up to Awasi. We can't understand what the people at Awasi did that affected the present meeting here. So what we are saying, we are very happy about this dialogue organization. I think we have to demand and we have to let the world know that we, the people of Nyanza, are being treated differently from what other parts of country is being treated. The way the law is being applied when it comes to Nyanza is different from the way the law is being applied to other citizens. And that is unfair. And we must make the world know that in our own land we are being discriminated, which is unfair.
Okay.
And then the mama will also say something on behalf of her.
Okay. I'm Patrick Abade Milewa. I'm a former civil servant. And I have a wide knowledge. When I was in the office as a civil servant, I used to see how our people were being treated in those offices. I decided to do research and write books because I had not known that such a forum would come up. So already, I've got a book here called Odinga's 100 Years Liberation Struggle, Beyond the Handshake. If you read that book, you will find I've even written the report of how Dr. Ouko was hijacked and killed. What was the report? You see? You will find so many other reports. In KISUMU here, during the 2007-2008 violence, it was reported that 80 people were shot, dead. And the report was that they were shot from behind. It means these people were running away. They were not even confronting the police, you see? So such reports have been summarized now for 54 years and more. Now that is why we are making this demand that people be told why they are being treated differently. If they belong to Kenyans or if they don't, then what is the alternative? You see? Even recently, Yugoslavia got split into 5 new countries. See? There's no blockade. If such mistreatment continue, we can come up with a new program, a new forum. Even Israel is 26,000 square kilometers, smaller than Samburu County, and it's a country. Now, what is the supposed size of a country? What is the supposed population of a country? So if such mistreatment continue, we may come up with a new forum to seek for our right. Thank you.
Okay. Madam here will speak on behalf of the gender question and the fact that women bear the brunt of violence.
Okay, my name is Anombewa. I'm part of the KISUMU Nyanza Dialogue Initiative, and mine will be a bit different as a woman. So many things during these discriminations we are seeing. A lot of things have happened. Women, some of the women cannot walk because of what they are going through. Their children, the homes are not together because of lack of many things that we need. So marriages have lost shape. Our girls are not even getting married because people are being bought. Somebody said that we are being bought. We don't know whether we are going to continue like this. Then now our norms and values as Luo is going away. So this forum, in future, we want it to go up in the communities, talk to our women, that we go back even to the Bible. What does the Bible say about marriage? Because women and husbands have to love one another. And the instructions that even Paul gave. So really, if we are going to live that like this, we have seen a lot of girls these days are not married. They also marry anyhow. When we were growing, we were not marrying other tribes. That's what I heard, and it also happened during my time as I was growing. Now our girls, even our boys, they simply say that Luo girls are lazy. The women, like myself, we have left even the training of girls. because of the situation. You want to go where you can get something. So really the discrimination we are talking about, we started all many years ago, has brought us this. There is a lot of family and ties. People do what they want, and even like I see people here, these young people around here, they are not living stably with their families. So if this forum in future, we get how we can move out and teach our young people, the young couples how to live, so that we come together again as before. So this is my cry and concern, that we are losing our children to other people. We are losing our values and norms, and now we don't know where we are coming from and where we are going. Yeah.
Okay. So this is it for now. We are available here tomorrow evening if there are any further, and then we'll also share the report. The report is going to be launched shortly, and then we can also share it. If there are any further questions, look at somebody about this process.
Thank
Social hall, bagi gore, bogo wainde, to director, maka, koro nilungu Mr. Madafi, gi chairman mar African Affairs, nilungu ni Stalin Everett, ifwenyo ni nyinge moketho okelo lweny, okethi nying mar Africa no, ulungu ni Victoria Social Hall. Mondo kik lwenji brad obedi. Bas nyinge mar adek iluongo ni Kisumu Social Hall. Koro kanyo ng'ama okwongo telo kanyo iluongo ni Ezra Gumbe mobedo mayor. Nyinge ochako lokre. Koro nyinge makoro biro sani iluongo ni Mama Grace Onyango Cultural and Social Center. Kae onge fees. Gik ma muwacho go tetete timre ka. Efis ka king'iyo kacha ondik chives. Sigand joluo te dhi bedo ka. Kae ma sigand dhi bedo ka, joma dwa timo research ka nitiere ofis mondik Mama Grace Onyango Archives and Research. Ka bende kae wan gi gik minyiso sinema ka auchiel tetete. Makane weche obiro machon, joluo nyalo nyiso sigandagi kata ne nyalo ne gik mano.
Report mowuok kiny kaka ji owacho gi pachgi, nitie moko mwabro wacho wakete record, moko wanyalo chwalo ne kata na ginene bura ma Kalonzo go pio andai giri losecha. Mwacho ni ketie uru maber report mondo udhu ng'e kama diyo joluo kata gini mamoko ma Kenya.
Mine mang'eny osehinyore. Mine hinyore kabisa nikech iyudo ka ng'a baba ene modhi dwar to biro kelo ni famili chamo donge. In ng'amiyo sama oneg jaodi oko kachacha ine midonge nyithindo. Penjo tamo waduok.
To mondo ng'ato mondo wabed nation nyaka wabed gi power, some power mamiyo some backing donge. Koro doni kata ka chance and viva, just respond to it. Let us have some power. Mondo wadonje conversation mabiro next. Ogwachunguru malo mondo we entertain ourselves kidogo. Viva comrades, viva! More power to the Luo nation, more power! More power to the Luo nation, more power! Viva the people, viva! Aya, nataka tuchangamke kidogo, tuimbe kidogo, sawa? Ni wimbo simple. Because leo tumekuja hapa hivi and wabiro kani ketu watu wa mapambano mwenyewe. Tunataka mkomvu ya Wajaluo, ndio? Na the Luo nation. So I'll sing just a simple song and you respond to whatever nimeimba, sawa? So tunasemanga naitaimba ni leo, leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo ni leo, mapambano. And you just respond the same. Sawa? Haya tuchangamshe mkono, hebu changamsha. Just create some space for yourself. Nataka tuimbe na make sure that your voice is the loudest in the room. Kama hujajisikia, make sure your voice is the loudest in the room. Leo, leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo ni leo, mapambano. Leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo ni leo, mapambano. Leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo ni leo, mapambano. Wamama musilale, kuna mambo leo ni leo, mapambano. Leo ni leo, I need some jogi, some jogi. Leo ni leo, kuna mambo leo ni leo, mapambano. Nasikitika sana moyoni mwangu, ninalia siwe Mwenyezi Mungu, siwe Mwenyezi Mungu, Muumba haki na ukombozi. Nasikitika sana moyoni mwangu, ninalia Mwenyezi Mungu, siwe Mwenyezi Mungu, Muumba haki na ukombozi. Down corruption, down! Down corruption, down! Viva Comrades, viva! More power to the Luo nation, more power! Long live the struggle, long live! Forward to social accountability, forward! Eradicate corruption, eradicate! Eradicate poverty, eradicate! Viva the Luo nation, viva! Asante sana.
Makofi yake.
Makofi yake. Thank you.
Tumerudi sasa.
We want to proceed, and in the interest of time, this is a conversation, please. Don't mind, man. Kadang-kadang dong gue, mana wami yang itu dong. Dong yang kuan juga ini orang kata orang bodoh ini bodoh ini, orang yang bodoh. Orang kata tuan ni apa? Watu wadi step nachia no. Mondo wiki ndio kama wewe wiki mati already. Kari tunya wanaosha mondo bi. Tapara ndo wasati mabaya. Adwa penyane madameni ndio amamba ndo wingi samani ndo kaugoyo. Wacha ne kachia bora kwa kutoka kwa sasa mbi.
Gimana winjo sama ne jodongo loso kodwa en ni mondo mi walid community wane forward nyaka wachak bedo gi jok man gi paro maler. Kik wabed ni watimo gik moko kwaketo interest wa mbele. Bedo gi interest mbele biro miyo samora ng'ato nomi pesa tikao tiketo gimaber manyalo konyo oganda mabiro. Koro nyaka walok kaka wasebedo kwatimo gik moko mondo wabed gi kido manyalo miyo wadongre kaka oganda kendo warit ratiro marwa kuonde duto ma wantiere.
Kamano, Kirkum, Paragi, Manori, Manipano, and Koyan Kodulanda. It is Sassandi. And there is a one who can okay, Obi, Rabi, was here. After you moving your Matindoka, the youth. I want to hear. Maybe you want to say, I will escape with the same. Then I talk to that person. And now I'm going to be there. Okay.
Programs Ramuni TV, Kona Nene Live. Number one. Number you give me mano wash my lead. Entero. And put down the dagana. Majaola nowhere. Okijana matin mabata di domo lubio tera. Video watu kwa motere dala kwa. Mono kuji number one mayudo. Mara dek. Amor kiku mano dek moroka. Watu ni didis to kageni kinyonya share na mamondo mi wapuonjire ko puonjo lineage magwa ma achien kwa dhi mbele keti yudo kasanie anja odhiambo ka ng'ane ka ng'ane tanyuol bende anyuol ma nyathino nego bed ni kata kaka chake kwarwa ten jumia odhiambo ka ng'ane kodhi kamano to ma gima tinde wakia makata nyamera emotho to jumia wacho ni mano en antia anta Manyisono kong'eyo ni tudruok mane mantie kinde gi nyamera monyuola godo. Koro ayudo puonj mang'eny jodongo kendo amor gi forum ma kawuono. Erokamano.
Thank you so much. One last person. Maybe as we see if we can take the next one, two.
Okay, I need organic Juma. So watchman actually a wongo kawuono. Any we look at the commercial actually ndalo machon kanotim census in the year 1969 joluone ninabario e kuom grube mane oingoji. So sani there's a decline in the Luo nation. So some of these things gik magiwacho ni nyabedo ni contribute and gik moko kaka family planning and people reducing kids to maybe 1 or 2. Then the other thing that I came out with is that nitie jojuogi adek e piny ka. Mokwongo en lo, mar ariyo en dhano. To jadruok maduong' malich momiyo ogandawa hinyore en pesa. Erokamano.
Kama neno kaja kwa kodini, amini ndio ni kaka wadibada kosa.
Erokamano. Simana domna watu na kamera. I'm not sure that Google they call Central Square. Tune down coming. No matter how long work you want to be out of time. If you have pulled your Mongabara Mama, I said it's not a Mongabala. Corwado be in Boka, Kakachi, the call Billy Kamoa, Google on 18, the Momo Boy, the William Mondo. And I'll be that room with the Karachon. King Neo before I chose. Ulo makakaja katolo na wanje. Moma Yesu Messiah no caution Abraham. Nena ntugo kumara mara tolo kikutugo. Nikimani manami ikwae. Omiolo ni moma. Okode kutuko ma Abraham be kutena kasani. Omiolo Israel pole wale kile kasani. No. Mano ke mano nyisi. No nyisi Abraham no pass that information. Two. Ya mungi miwacha dia gogo mwabu na mbro konyo le godo ponyo nitendo. Ikitwa to wa interview mo kwa kama mo one of it. Kawa Jonia John kako wolo kwa dongo. Wiche manege to tinde kore mitino. Yo ai wichi jono je kore. Ni kore to ma kore dongo manya. Yo mani wichi kan. Ka be do kore sin wala no kwa barama. Dano dongo ka kore maduong. To ki niyo moma to party gimomiyo Goliath ne koni duo. Tang'o momiyo Daudi bunodege ne koni tin. Joma korgi tin tiyo gi wich moloyo joma korgi dongo. Wapuonjre nyithindo. Wawinjo nada. Wabiro dhi generation mabiro ni. Viva, comrade. Viva. Please, bede winjo puonj mondo wabed wapuonjo puonj eka generation biro dhi maber e ndalo mabiro. Kik uket kor mbele, ket wich mbele. Jomosomo mane meneno ka wichno emiyo gik moko ket andiko sani. Ok en kor mikete ndiko. Gimokete ndiko teno ano kendo mane kaka Nyasaye nonene. Kako Adam gi Eva okete puothe ne onge ndiko. Bang'e no nomiyango no ndiko. Mantiki wacho ni kiki de onge ndiko ne koro kwanyado. Please, kiguru tine ndiko, kiki tine ng'ama ng'ongo, ngima ni mabed maber. Abraham nonyisi ni nyikwayi nobed kodhi manyalo. Kendo nyikwayi nobed jomadongo. Kendo gin bed johawi. E koro hawi ma Nyasaye ni.
Viva Conde, viva!
Viva!
Viva Colin, viva!
Viva!
Abbas capitalism, Abbas!
Abbas!
Awacho kutoka wapi? To jana Kenya National Human Rights Commission nomewanga. Wawinjo weche maber kuom jodongo. Takwayo gi avenues mantie gi bunge. Uteme kunyalo reach out to the population down there because Kayo one enough. For this information to reach the crowd, the community down there. Wakwa new tudru gi jana. Ki CSO networks to gi bunges mantie. Mondo ngi ka kunyalo empower mondo winj puonj ma kuom jodongo gi. Nikech kok wawinjo gi wawe mana ka. To seche moko kunyalo reach out to those guys. I'm appealing to you support the initiative mondo wayud kaka information nyalo medo landore mondo wabed ga peaceful coexistence and warit cultural values magwa kaka oganda mag jokanyana. Mane kwayo na kende jaduong'. May God bless you. Thank you. Viva Conde, viva.
Thank you, comrade. Yeah. You still give more opportunity to others to also share their perspectives. At this time, we're more than leader like Monokoro values and look. Clap for yourself for being here and taking Thank
you. Mine is short. Was it what they organized this program, this because the program. If you look at the program, they initially don't have to launch agriculture. So agriculture already going to launch Bank was in Loso. The team I want to announce. No putting a report, everybody will get a copy of that report. If MASSACRE Kabire next time, I look at the report. Yes. And we are also brought some material. If you're moving, who want to or Jack of Guinea? Yes. Again, I say, yeah. Or could you or Jack of Guinea? So, here reports, Raja, we tell other materials or the other organizations who work for you. Kenya Human Rights Commission will give material of Mabu Women. When is dead, everywhere else and what you do continuing. How many people have some sort of compasses a town? Don't come here in the constituency. Immediately you do us at the service, information where you go here, go back to the leader to go. Everybody should know this agenda. The information where you go, who make a responsibility for the general, until they pay, even as we look at their field. So the announcement I wanted to make is that we are taking a few things in the program. We are taking it like this. This launch will come at the end. And we turn over more than thing. So, the number doing a check from what I came from the Umeoka, to say to your work. The one I'm moving to good material. Betty or care. Betty make a keyoga. I'm moving to good material to get Manukucho. Why then government NPPT chairperson man the Kenya Human Rights Commission board. we will talk about generally. Okay?
More power to the African women, more power! More power! More power to the women of Africa, more power!
More power to me, not Africans. Please give me credit before we give to anybody else. But anyway, thank you. So let me start. Agbachako, as we are busy appreciating. Oh, I have to look here. I move there. Oh. I stand here. So I can ask for that desk to be moved here.
The other one.
Which one?
No, we can bring you this
Where is your... No, I think they want us to go ahead. Okay. Come ahead. This one. All right. So Agbachako, as we have been talking about the also, and some actually more power to the African women, more power. I was struck by the fact that one of my elders didn't take a partnership, boys, and women gather. And I was like, what did you know? This invisibility is something that we have to address. Okay. This is in their culture. But that culture is ours. And so we have to have a conversation around it. I will say, come on. Okay. So we have to figure out how this 19 sons could be counted and this Kala women we are not sure how many they are. And what happens when we start disappearing people from such an early age? Because then it means we also don't recognize anything that they do. They will go to school because of what one somewhere school my bag. But if we don't recognize them by their numbers, we will not recognize even in their achievements. Just tell us why. You get a window. One never held Timo Mine, I'm look at that one and also to watch me or Timo Gabaluma, Nimi and Wood. To carry me a good morning at a tech, and then the whole family was known, the kitchen one name. Something has happened. And that for me is why we're here. What is memorialization? Because we put in memory something that has happened so we can show that it happened. We memorialize Monoli story in every match. The last time I'm going to be Kauno Sigana, Namako Sigana, Kakogana. Tosigana Nico, people wear my chanade. Can you wear any channel by Jezebel or Gondo? We have actually managed to get people ready to talk about the life and the truth in a way that it should be told by them, not by others. The history of Uganda is so closely tied to harm, violence, demeaning, and indignity. And it started from massacres that we had to endure. That's the first time it happened. Only Namano Story you actually a few, Malaka to actually Kala. A few on them a few on the what sort of harm did people go through? To make a story, man massacre, no go watch in 1969, no go watch by your people, the other people started. And they created a totally different story about what happened. And when we did not correct that impression,
We created a narrative that has continued to determine the path, the trajectory, the perception, and the feelings of the people of the Luo community. We made it that we were settled and it did not matter. Because Okamagolu, Okamaloso. And with time, it has been repeated again and again and again. Our response, me and Mano, Adakma, I didn't want to cut it on. I knew BBA. We took Katakuti Koa, Topola. We gave permission for people to do with us what they wanted to do with us. Because right from the beginning, we never said, be the story of Russia, not Chakokama. We never said the conversation that was had. Nobody, there was a misunderstanding between Jaramogi and John Kenyatta. We were not told what that misunderstanding was. Why? Because the misunderstanding was based on a principle, a value. We were never told that because we never said our story. So when we are here today and we try to memorialize and to repeat the violations that took place, we do that in a context of our media. We tear kaka osekate in this. Either you are lazy, you are in the opposition, you cannot be trusted, that is the history you're carrying. And when I say you, I mean all of us. I carry that history as a Jebu. Makadwa Kohala Tipe to bear me. Kama to borrow Tipe to bear me walking. Keep on we teach people to bear me team. Keep on Kura Kamurati Komisi to bear me where I come. Everything that we do, we are questioned for every decision that we make. So we are writing a story and telling our story in a community that is already divided, in a society that has already put us. Any election to Dominion or Cornell, so we say this, we speak our truth, so we can say exactly what happened. We say exactly what happened in terms of the violation, in terms of the number, in terms of the gender, in terms of the scope, in terms of the breadth, so that we understand what it is. We also acknowledge that it happened. Those of us who never heard of it know the inner story. We acknowledge because we are seeing the people who are telling us the story. But apart from that, we are demanding from those people who keep correcting our truth to be able to acknowledge the truth for the first time because we are saying that truth. And then we contest the interpretation that has been given by others about the story. We tell them, someone watching, a victim or survivor. So you contest the narrative that has been put in place when you speak the truth. And then you use the validation and the contestation to be able to understand why as Uganda continue to the history man Jolimbo has been used collectively to hold us responsible for anger that people have against the community. And I say that because somebody when it's here, there is no difference. You just have to be Ajalu to eat him on Salamo Narijite. And when you actually Kai Kijana, my idea in a much more channel, and do you can watch that? No. My idea in a very good channel. Mama, you go me or I'll go me or you will carry a collective responsibility. You are all placed in one bracket called Jalu, and you all have been labeled. So we contest the labeling. We contest the collective malignment of our whole community by speaking the truth. And that's why it's so important that we do these things. And it was also so important to be able to understand why truth-telling helps to set us free Because even we as a community are held ransom by the fact that we never say our truth. We are a community that is, what is it? We are held by victimhood of our past. How can you be held by your past when you don't even know what your past is? That's why truth telling becomes important. That's why revealing the history of the massacres becomes important. Because you start to unpackage and unbundle everything that has been used and said against you by others. You start to create the identity that belongs to you. Because right now, the identity that we live in is not ours. It's an identity that has been created by everybody else, apart from me, and you. And we look at it and watch it now. No quite Kamano. Kamano will come to me. Why? Because identity, man, cow, in my rooms and me while with time, one local on. When I'm a job was yes, my identity was okay. My mother is what to be. Why? Because no one money or make Kubawan alone the echo by your hotel. You do remember your hotel of 47 counties inside, because my hotel. Hold on, Kubawan way to no say. Madam is Katabawan God, Wakia Taritu. You can show Wakia tell one by now. And that is a problem. Because the history must a case more, and you tell them when I check and you will tell. Everything else is not. So what child will be Chako Mioa, Kakawan dog, Kako Gada, you get to tell that cheer more. Oh my God, what are you doing? What's that? To tell a woman you will be what's that? To be put on game, and I can't feel a campaign. Takom your Quadaka will everything will be one order. And it goes back to our journey and the trauma that we have. Truth telling helps to unbundle it. Truth telling begins to tell you why we behave the way we do. Truth telling begins to allow you to understand what it is that you wanted to destroy in terms of the spirit and purpose that the Luo community had. And to ask yourself whether they actually destroyed it. So that you start revisiting, where did we go? And we have to ask ourselves, is it really us who went wrong? Is it us who went wrong? Or is it that there was this gap that we've never been able to fill, that then allowed everybody else to tell our story for us, and that story became us? The second thing is that we then have to start having a conversation, a stimulating conversation, where we are asking ourselves to discuss issues around exclusion. Because we are excluded and we feel excluded. And the question is, excluded from our home? Is exclusion only politics? How has our whole life, our whole being, as a community with our culture, and our identity and our upbringing, how has it created opportunity for exclusion? And I would say that that is exclusion. Because we created a space where we thought the only people who can run leadership has got to be a man. And we have created an exclusion. That is why from 1969 until 2022, we never had a woman member of parliament in Kisumu County. And I will talk about that because I'm here. The history of exclusion has been inward side, all the violations managed to Okele Manuni to tattoo. But victims were also women, and victims were daughters, our mothers and our grandmothers. They are victims because we left them alone to fed in homes and came back and found independent women and decided there cannot be 2 meals in a home. So we taught them a lesson by denying them an opportunity for both. No community can grow without having both men and women. So we must count them. If I've got 9 sons, I must be able to say I also have 9 daughters. Because when we ignore them, we ignore our history, we ignore our identity, we ignore our culture. We ignore a culture that promoted women because they knew what women were capable of doing. This history that you're talking about, for which we're reporting on here, has talked about the history of violations. I wish we would talk about the impact of that violation on women, on their children, on all the flock, the female gender, and how they had to deal with the impact of those who were murdered, who were slaughtered, who were jailed as a result of that massacre. So we still have to unpack, and we need to be able to reflect. And then we say, this is a beginning, it's not the end. Because the next thing we have to ask ourselves is, so how do we engage to bring about change? Young men, viva kijeti. It is because we are asking you what it means when women are in the space and we cannot respect them. And that's the one gender that has been affected by the impact of 1969 massacre remains the women, the Luo women. They don't carry about Iwati. But we have not looked at them anywhere. They are not in this space and this conversation. And as long as we continue to ignore the most important component of our community, which is women, and the fight they have had to fight to be able to team out Chomalo, and I will say that team over Malo, we can try to go ahead and reach good. Wow, woman, Kato Konego, the new Moporio, wow, yes. Catalyst, Machana, the Kilo, the Tangier, can't give up there. Tanimani, Machana. Makuko, Chako, Wachadira, or actually Maki, or Yamana. No. Yes. The report we are launching, or Yamana. So, one annual report, what they can you see yourself in this story? Because there is nobody who was not affected by it. It changed the fact that we were getting employed. It was the beginning of the down of the global community, economically, politically, socially. It is a fact. And we have suffered immensely as a result of that. So that even when we had leadership, and I remember we had a minister, even my father-in-law was a minister at that time. We had a minister for education. You have tales, but you have no power. You know, and we learned that that is how it used to be. Was struggle, care indeed, to each other, kata promotion. I don't know what na career. Kata promotion on the road. Scholarships meet to community. I was making no record, please, and I was telling somebody there. Material, the other watch, or could they go with me and imagine I could take my given that's Adira against you. People had jobs, they were not being promoted. People had jobs, people were being sacked. People had jobs, their salary was lower than the people who were working in the same job. I am not lying, I used to hear the stories. So let us take the whole story as it is, so that we understand that when we talk about Viva, we talk about Viva in terms of liberating the spirit that continues to put us down because of your tribe. Politically, economically, socially, culturally. And let us recognize that in our community, Malakaka webati machuo malocha, ekaka wanameno, kamine be wati mamali. Amano to kabiwe oko kawacho, because no chanda, nini rikada. Cool. Okay, well, nini rikada. Chuapaka shiko, nini rikada. So, we are now saying that ultimately, what we're here to do today is not just to launch a book, but it is to reflect on how the history of the massacre in 1969 changed the trajectory of the people of Nyanza. Everywhere, it didn't matter. I had somebody called Abadi. They know Abadi. I need to name my people now. How is it that you called my own maiden name? I don't know what you because before I changed my name, I knew Abadi. The connection that we have with people are so deep. So I'm wondering, is this person my relative? We can laugh, but the question is, how is it that we don't even know our connection? What has happened to us? That we're watching one family and share, but we don't even know who your family is. We lost touch with those people who matter for us. And that's why I'm saying we are starting a conversation of honest reflection, but also a conversation where we want to ask ourselves, how do we get back to our roots? I'm not saying that you go back to old history archaic, but how do you get back to our roots? The roots of dignity, equality, fairness, honesty, and peace. If we can start that conversation from this process, then I can tell you we have been successful in what we have started. So I'll go and come and in detail. For those who spoke, the ones who have managed to get their story in that report, are going to come on. But most importantly, I want to appeal for one thing. As we start the journey of speaking the truth, a number of us will not be comfortable. A number of us will be shocked by what you hear about the truth. I ask for you, please do not dismiss, do not become abusive. Take some time and ask yourself, how did I get to a place whereby even the truth because truth-telling is not easy. Truth-telling is not supposed to be a walk in the park. Truth-telling is actually addressing yourself, but you address yourself and still remain with dignity, because it is only the truth that will set us free as a community. So, Janak, they will come on behalf of Kenya Human Rights Commission, I want to say this. The reason why for us this is important is because we recognize how Kenya has a history and Kenya has a history. And that the second history that Kenya has is not necessarily the history as told by the people who have been affected by the history, but others. And that in Kenya, we create history to validate and justify a lot of action. In most cases, usually actions that become unfair. It is used to put people down. It is used to reduce your dignity. We start the journey of restoring that dignity by speaking the truth and saying that every single community in this country needs to be dealt with the same as the other. But that you cannot start that conversation unless you know the truth of who you are. I was listening to the Lord as he was talking, and I told myself, I wish I could spend time with you. I can't remember 1 week, KISUMU. Because even for me, I was listening to Bimani Wachmachi. How did I miss that? At my age, how did I miss that? I can assure you, Viva Viva Bekia Suri. No, Bekia. We cannot claim to talk about solidarity and talk about fighting and freedom when we have no idea what that freedom means in terms of us as a person. So, come on. I'm not going to make any commitments. My team at the back will be able to say, but the fact that we have started this journey with you as Kenya Human Rights Commission tells you one thing, that we take this conversation very seriously, and that we want to see that this conversation is about transformation, positive transformation of a community. But most important, the fact that we start telling the truth of Kenya's history by the people who are affected by that which we claim our violation.
More power to Betty, more power.
More power.
More power to women, more power.
More power.
African women on the front line.
Organize, educate, liberate, celebrate.
But only if you know
You know where you're coming from. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I think if you say you are here to know, it means you are already taking up the agenda. I think that's the challenge that has come from Betty. And she wishes she can engage the elders for 1 week and just tell the stories and so on. How often do we sit with the elders? I think from now, part of what we must change is the idea of looking at the elders, and talk, or get in there, you know. The new generation of elders. No. Was references by younger people. Buddha, Moro, you know that. I'm a Zumba. Okay, anyway. Time is spent. Mine was to invite Betty, and Betty has spoken about a combination of what she needed to have said earlier on and that one. We now want to move and give this to Zach. But the most important point that I want to stress that Betty made, and I'm giving you my own example. I've been a media person for a long time, but before that, as a student, I was arrested under the Moi regime. And the first thing they did was to take all my documents, books, everything, and they took my mattress, they took everything. We're talking about the struggle. You see, the struggle, you know, had I not gone through some of those struggles, it would not have bothered me. And the reason I was arrested, I'll tell you, I have a long story about it. I was a student, I think first year or second year. You know, that was 87, thereabout. It was the height of the Moi regime. And I was already writing certain things. One of the critical articles I wrote was in the then Beyond magazine. Beyond was by the NCCK. And no, I think it was 88, because Beyond chronicled what they call open-air democracy. Mlolongo. They went every step, because they had a big network, and went every step to document how elections had been rigged massively. The government was most unhappy. And I wrote a commentary, I wrote an opinion and said, Kanu is mistreating people and calling everybody to Nairobi, and so it was led by Okikama as the chair. I didn't know they had been following me all through. So once I wrote that, they gathered every other thing, they were voting at the post office, everything. So they brought everything that I had written, including my letters that I was writing for seeking, scholarship to foreign countries. And then the other thing they did was, because my name, this Olojana came later, it has a story of why I changed it. See that? Because it was Onyango Olo. At that time, one of the people who had just been arrested was Onyango Olo of Canada. We buried him at Dudi. He was a student leader. He was arrested from Mombasa, Voi, and taken. They were with Akinoduro and all the others in detention at Kamiti. So they say, who is this other Onyango Olo writing this kind of? So they checked the weekly review. They checked the Beyond, and many other things, because the post office was teeming with security, NIS and so on. It's a long story. So it inducted me into the injustice. Look at the injustice. We could gather. And I was in Nairobi. When I arrived home, they knew within 2 days I was at home. There was no mobile. Then they came for me. The rest is something I can tell you later, okay? But it was a bad experience, okay? Now, later when I was a journalist, and this is something I want to appeal, because Betty has told you that here, they give you an identity. For me, I cannot talk about Nyanza. It is something I want to persuade all of you to talk about. Do we have KISUMU? Do we have KISUMU? Do we have Lawyer Western? Do we have Kikuyu Central? Do we have Giriama Coast? What is this thing about Nyanza? Nyanza is just Nyanza. And this KISUMU city is one of the most multiracial. KISUMU. Who was the first MP here? Amir Jamal at Independence and Asia. Amir Jamal, the first MP, a non-black here in Kisumu. Who is the MP for Kisumu East? And who was the mayor? So in terms of tolerance, this city has been. This city, the people living around the Nyanza area, the interaction and the integration that this city has is massive. Out of the more than 6,000 Boda people, more than half of them are not even Luos here. Is that correct? Yes. Audi. More than, out of all the Boda people, either from Kisii, Western, what is a mix, and people tolerate one another. Now, this identity of Luo Nyanza is meant to move people away from the rest of Kenya, and it was coined here at the height of the Kanu regime by a former PC. And my personal experience, which I want to use to conclude so that I get this to Gaia, I was a reporter for Nation in Migori. And the then PC, Joseph Kabuti, came to Migori. He was most unhappy because he was a front person for Kanu at that time against, that was Fort Kenya. So he came to Migori and we were carried along to Nyatika. Then he said there was a by-election. Then he said, the Luos are so troublesome that they should be castrated. I picked this up. It was in the back page but they minimized it. I said, PC calls for castration of the Luo. And then we are writing another publication called Mayenga. And I wrote in the Dulu publication, said, they asked a question, Kaguti, why are you Luo? Hey, that's another case when they came for me. Okay? So what am I saying? Ben has indicated that there is a characterization we must resist. If the rest of Kenya are being treated differently, then we must resist that kind of thing. So I want to give this to Zach. Zach is going to call 2 people for this session, and then we'll move to another session, and then we'll also open it up towards lunch, and then, so everything that we want to ask, let us pack it, so that we have these 2 sessions, then we go to the plenary, then we launch that report later, and then from there, then we'll go for lunch and depart. So thanks very much, Zach. You could invite
Please learn something. If you're able to share with us what you're getting from us, I think young people are saying they come to us. So please write down, if you're able to share with us what you're learning, what you're carrying home from there. Judo, I think they've suffered a lot. It's true. From 1969, narration by Wazee Serikali Losika Mame. She won a Gramoma Sharokama, Idumuni Indo. When you saw documents anymore, Kaka is so much than Mokaini. Maneno Kikmajo Luo Osekade, Ranoma Kodoka. The most the detention house, maintain a religion. Nyati house, make it back. Your Mangan Kabisa. Your work, you do. I will join my family Kisani. January Kabisa. Anyway, so I wanted to fast forward to 2020, why not 2024? 2023, Igamoka, Manchester streets. Apart from Tomadino Settlement, more Mangel Settlement, where police. No. Last year, I carried GNT streets. The watchman cost of living my team at Oka Bisa. You can't tell you, because you look at my you can't tell you, look. You are no walk or no walk out. You're the good year for them and Kakao Tobaka. Can you actually study the good year recess? The Moko will be a commodore. Look. It's here, on which you bear, the good way. Was it Robert or Kimagi? The car. Carried the Mirage, not that woo. To go to 1 million. No. Last year, during the demonstrations now KISUMU did not even know. No. Many people, I was just looking at one of the reports by Amnesty International, over 30 people lost their lives. I didn't see reports about Sita that posted one. Mine's Jomanjo. In the hands of the police brutality. Maggie way. But now going forward, we want to ask ourselves, what can we do? Give me a program actually. What's the way forward? For seeking justice for police brutality for our people. Human Rights Commission, they want to see how do we pursue justice for the people. Going back, what can we be able to do? Joa, ini ganega to the command. We are not that's in police. No more question. Your siasa your dear or your higher maiti no why maiti mochari ongeji manoto when you paint on your back cool. Anyway, I'm just setting the stage. I want to invite Awoti, please come. I know that it's okay, so you can sit over here. Yes, Awoti, please come. And Chris, please come. Please come.
Viva Comrade Daudi, viva!
Viva!
More power to Daudi, more power!
More power!
Long live the defiant spirit of Comrade Daudi, long live!
Long live! We are microphone machines. Aluga Joaki Ariel. How did you name that? So Chris don't name. Anyway. So, what give me one passing. What can we do? How do we be in the front line seeking protest for the people? Just share with us briefly to Chris also. What can we do? So that again, at least we are getting some justice for our people who have suffered. 30 people killed. If I don't think family don't put him as a so allow me to give them the opportunity just to maybe greet us, and then now they can share with us on this topic of seeking for this brutality. Yes.
I don't know, do you want me to sit or stand?
You can stand.
Okay. Good afternoon. For people who don't know me, my name is Chris. I work with community initiative in Kenya. A team that Watchman did call in the defending identity or human rights. Tapara Zach or Pedro Matek, or Kapar will provide solution. And then I'll contribute to the solutions. Mokongre any Pedro Kapoka demos contribute to solution. And if we Pedro, why do we allow others to define us? Why do we allow others to define us? It's a question that you need to ask yourself and see whether you have an answer or not. Collectivist community is only human capital that can transform us. Nothing else. But you realize what is happening in your community. It's very difficult not to feel depressed. What is happening in your community? The reason why I'm saying that is that we have been victims. And within ourselves, we also played victim. As a community, Yes, we have lost our people in the streets, but we also ourselves have destroyed the property of our people. It's one community that we don't have what we call self-love. We pretend, we hurt ourselves, then we pretend that we are looking solution together. It can't be that way. You must first confess your sins. Then you say, after confessing our sins, then together we move together. But if we are still in contradictions, even in the space of human rights we are doing here, we have problems because we are the riders in it, the people who are there for the sake, we call it, human rights is embedded in culture. So as a community, what is our culture or how we behave, how we relate? Because if we don't see that as a problem in yourself, it's in your house, you pretend to want somebody else to respect human rights or to practice it. But you yourself, you are busy. You pretend, you take somebody's child, house help, housemaid, up to class 2, you deny them education, yours goes to school. When you have somebody's child, you eat differently, different meal in your house. So for us to hold these values that we are talking, Zach, to start from where we are, the household, then now we will see the pain of others and work together towards providing solutions. That's why I said that it's difficult to provide solution if you are not properly analyzing our situation. Because we have many agencies, we have human rights agencies, individuals, even here in Viva. I'm sure many people are feeling difficulty saying Comrade Viva. Because you must unpack comrade. Who's your comrade? So is it a song to be sung? Or is built a condition? Because if I'm a victim, I'm attacked, for example, people in the house celebrate. So human right means that I might not like you, but I should defend your right. Yes, I might not like you. I might not like your face, but I must defend your right. So right to life is free. So if you look at that, what we need to do in this region, we have lost people. I participated in documenting the different violations of human rights. In 2007, I was critical in documenting the people who lost their life. But as a community, we move on. Have you ever followed this thing and looking for either reparation, any form of compensation for the families of those individuals? Even from 1963, even from 1969, what we are talking about here, people have been losing their life. Do we own it as a community that collectively this is paining us and we want to get justice for those people? Each day, where we live in our communities, we have been saying these counties that that came to our counties, the governors, the other leadership, people who have been killed by police, is there where you can remember them? Yeah, we say this is our county. With people who have died are our people. Is there where in the corner that you can say this is our heroes corner? So Zach, you must look at how do you establish a heroes corner? Because these are our heroes. Or they are heroes because we want power, or temporary heroes, then we forget them. So I think this is one thing that we must work towards if you are to. Then we talk about right to education as a basic human right. Our children are dropping out of school at a higher rate. If you don't have human capital, how do you want to to come out of the problem that we're talking about here. Mzee, we are talking about intergenerational dialogue. If you get into the villages where we come from, is the elders have stopped being elders. They have stopped being elders. Because if a widow is inherited her land, the elders sit down and perpetuate that injustice. They are the people who sit down and say, this woman cannot talk about this land. But the woman has her children. And there was there that perpetuate this. So what are we passing to the next generation? They say, if the Wazis don't want this woman to speak, but this is now the way of life. So that's what we pass to our young people. Because they copy you. So there are a lot of conflict we have in our communities. Some of them are created because how we live. But who give us that? We take history from our elders. So how I wish we need to strengthen that intergenerational dialogue in a more proper way and have the voices of these young people with the old people in a more robust engagement so that we get proper ways of taking our issues together to the next level. Police have been here, been killing our people. Some of us participate in telling them this person has been killed. We are a lot of informers within us here. That's true. People who work against themselves. You're cannibalism. You are the one who work against your brother and your sister. This person should be eliminated. Then you say, Viva, you are human rights defender. We must first look at ourselves. How are we contributing to this situation that we are in? We just stop looking outside, look at how are we. And then now, we look at, as a community, we look at how we want to defend women. For example, in the past, the land was being bestowed on women. Is it true? But what happened that now a man can sell the land without a woman knowing, and then the entire family are landless. It's not corruption. And you say it's culture. Culture was protecting women. Yeah, but now we say, even wife this, I'm seeing people say, we inherit women. There's nothing like inheriting women. You can't inherit human being, inherit property. So the culture, as African culture, they are a good component of our culture, which was destroyed by Uzunguni. So we think everything starts and ends with sex. No, it's not. So let us go back to our culture. Let's bring which is good that can help us protect human rights, all the vulnerables, that will help the society move to the next level. Again, one thing that we need to do is that as a community, what's bringing us together? Here, even after we are here. Is there something that's bringing us together? Huh? Languages. Even my child might not speak that language at times. Yes, we say language. But that language is also disappearing. So as a community, is there something that brings us together? The Ugala tournament. Economically, what brings us together? Today, as we speak as a community here, we have lost our livelihoods. The fish is in the hand of profiteers. Now, you conserve that fish along your beach. Now it's for a Mzungu, for an Asian, for a Chinese. So when you don't have economic strength there, there's nothing you can do. So what I can say is, if we are to come together to speak about this thing, we also must look at the economic empowerment, social capital, that we as a community, is there some circle we can belong to? Is there how do we control our resources and protect them? Because if you don't do that, everything that you've been doing will fall flat. Zero sum game.
Thank you, Chris. Just to continue again to again, what you said is very important. But then the other, we think about this aspect of knocking down to police brutality, the way people was made. So what's a question to ask ourselves? What then can we do as a people? And our business, then we can think about how can they assist our people.
On police brutalities, I think we can document, and some of them documents are available. And I think nothing stops us from pursuing justice in court of law. And many times we wait for, even when, if you get the story from Kenya Human Rights Commission, when they're pursuing Mau issue, the community came together. Then the Kenya Human Rights Commission just supported them to move to the next level. So one thing that we need to do, let's pick those cases, let's appoint, let's get some advocates, sit down with them, then let's move to court to pursue justice, because some of those police officers that killed our people are still here. They're still serving, and we know them. So we provide, we build the case, we collect evidence, then we move to court. But again, it's called also for awareness. We need to build capacity of people to engage in what it's called active non-violence movement. The do no harm approach. Because at the end of the day, life did serve your life. Your family served that life. So can we integrate all those we are doing and incorporate the component of active non-violence or do no harm approach in all our protests, in all our intention. Now we have a progressive constitution. So can we make use of that constitution? Can we get to understand the law, use the law, and shape the law also in our work to get justice? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Chris, thank you so much. And thank you, Chris, for your reflections. They say that we need to be honest. What you mentioned is, we've not been persistent in pursuing courses, community courses. We start, then we give up. I think that's something that we need to be able to.
I think that we are not able to pursue community courses, but we are also divided in political affiliations. We brand either you belong to ODM, so we stop seeing the bigger unity of community. We are also divided further on clan. We are divided further on where you come from. We are divided further on parties, so that somebody stop being your brother because he belongs to Oda, for example. Somebody stop belonging to your brother because he belongs to Fort Kenya. So that person also has a right to. We are saying there's a right of expression and association. Is it true? But why do you want to inhibit other people's rights? So to me, that's also a challenge that we need to address.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, so much. One of the things talk about in this pursuing justice for our people is documentation and collect evidence. And Ahudi has done that a lot. Ahudi has been on the forefront. And one of the videos we're being shown here is what Ahudi has done. What's the basic link here? We said Ahudi, mommy or biology work with justice in the shortest time possible.
For the sake of time, for those who don't know me, Nyanza, this is a question. I don't know whether we'll get an answer for it. Jaimu Nyanza was here. He was with us last year, and he was with us here. Kindly and follow the law. If you have to follow the law, then we must ask, Jorambo Amane Bele, Kishkana, Kijana, the Romaniti. To never decide law, because we believe on what they are telling us. And that is when Jaramogi was fighting for change in this country. Some of them very respected Mane was surrounding Jagumodiga, including Bell, David Kachman. And we decided to enjoy to listen to them, the elders. Uma Wurangwe, Negi Buddha, Buddha, Manauti, Ukwa, Rukama, Yoriva, Waje limo we chamo million abiriyo ubiro konyo Jaramogi mondo ochwak piny. And to them, gima ne dwarre en the strongest, joma teno mane nyalo bet teno mondo kony mondo waringi. And we did that. I remember one time ne wan gi jo 82 Air Force, joma noriembe kum mana 82. Lieutenant Colonel Odendo, Captain Wanga, Captain Ouya, Masani MCL, several others. We joined the team. Jaramogi was in under house arrest. Raila Kubiro took detention. Raila was released in detention, Kama Bagini under house arrest. Because there was clamor for change. And so if we had to follow Gimanelo Monewa Jonwa, Kanani, was very close. And therefore, Nenyaka, because it was very close, Nenyaka take whatever you close. In them, give me how it was. Give me how it was. Don't we did that. Unfortunately, some of us became victims. And it is haunting us. Young people, if you look at social media, and my friend, was a very senior journalist at that time. And he can testify to that. Justice. 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 Nenga. We are talking about justice to whom? Or to whom? It is to all of us, 150, all of us. Of course, one other victim, some of them are dead, and their relatives are there. Uwegini saw it all. Kano we don't fight for justice, the job, Imano Sabai, Imano Osene no Mateka Enya, he has also been profiled, and goes in Munga Jigamangan. One of and Betty is there. Niki Nego Yowa, Nakuru Naivasa, to Betty Giloya tent, or tent, Kaja. Manenya Logo, Manenya Logo, Kuja, what is it? Nobody. I'm looking for money. Come on, young man, you insist. No, me over process. No, me over TV, no radio, no me They were lobbying for your conjoa, and some people for no volunteer but he insisted. The basketball or three Naivasaka only. And so I was called Kipisio Lango. And I was asked, Monwami Naivasa. Now I will be clear and you are having Naivasa. And some of my here. Some of my here, my 20 years are coming one, 1 to what day? Police, minimum national police service in North Africa. Administration police will start there. They can give another piece. Give it order. Basmango, this police capable of police available, police available. One day, when you Palocabo, Machao, Kutuba, Fetaka, Imanwanam. Now I know Guru, and we brought our people here. Can you Guru? Never you look up broadcast for those lists. Mother, we said our best of and we live here. And we refuse to that list. Whatever we know, Nakuru. 1 mile in the field of Guinea, we insisted. More crowd in the field. Those were the first people. When I came to the Tokini, we brought up and we brought our people to Kamaka. 3 times. I won't bring that. The next day, we went to Again, what are you doing? My dear, when you broadcast the same I was a people. What are you saying? This is money, Pedro, Guinea, and Kanye, Mane, Udra, the woman, Oito, the Kayuna. We broke them. They were killed. And my children, because of someone else, Kilo no mwenye ngelo kai yo pe ni do na lo yae ikungo kinga yo do na lo yae do na lo yae au di bora cha but fine justice from the time that the people that all of them one even people is in section 2A okay, benefit. Your already more your already. Only opportunities there. I remember me of already money is not parliament on the first day. To Friday, or me of those Passagian parliament on the Saturday, a woman is okay, or me of the why you going to come? We want to one is all. Why you going to this? But we don't know accept them. Diga kama wakati kirogi dumigo perdeu inu wamai kan pimo chimabe ki seka teki presenti digo ajuga redu and you see ni moyo na superior ni why you go magalgado magarongi mati magi wani chuni kono kadwa campaign dile digo hali stemni digo and one of them will give you the ticket. You are many child professor again, okay, or child doctor, one of you, one of us, Mama gave 2 tickets there. And that is the truth. So, kind of going on, and exactly, this time you wait is here. One other thing documentation kind of go, you know, like a pin, Lisa, see what you do. Putting your name, putting your name to work out page, and being in a pen. Kala kina na gote gin kai ko properly ka mo oil isa sino malu teo iti pami ugira amana ugira sote. So to me, I'm saying nenya kana kawalan do madamo kana kawalan do madamo gitu no yo mane Wakil County, the new constitution, beneficiary is not the who are the beneficiary of the new constitution. Kibaki the beneficiary of the new constitution, my name is Omani, what can we do? Tree. We have no person to name. This is the truth. What donation, county government. One country, 47. You work again. When? But the give everything you do justice. But the give county government, say, I do justice, they don't pay. What do you know? Your professor, my name was so is 2 million so. Madam Chabu, all years in Christians and Europa, what is justice? And so on, and so on, and so on. So if you have to ask about justice, and the white man justice, man, or one alone. Can you get to know that? Can you get to know? Give me a I love the prison. Tera Korea. Namara kabisa. Makote yangu kita sema makote yangu. Hapo but I will not lose. I agree with you. I'm not going to at that time. I'm going to Kumasani and part of me because you know I am any other. To get a new one, I'm also doubt about it. Let me accept it anywhere. Okay, so you can see something about me. But what I'm saying, for your one, for your consistency. Two, for your boundless. You are boundless. You are the community, you are the community. You cut across, and with the courage, when you say, you know, go into the roa. Even go into the couple of game, couple of days, come on, and who never did a who I wish you Nika, Odinga Chumo Toyoka. Torochu Mayor, Muguare, and Iguanium. Tokisumo, the living room, K. Dware, Oyoka, Toyoka, having been married. Okao, Onyama, the having married. Social, I cannot go to you. Onyama, no one. Embele yangu. No one ma. Joma ko ni do la mo ti no one. No one ne go ji. O mo yangu ko teo. But play nya ka wa do be do ro. No la fa. O yangu la dia. Ra na yo do ila wa ibi si le do social. No yo rana. Chungi for Kenya, and the Chungikan. Kawaii si lango no rana ni kula tena kweli. Achia. Ayo. Wewe ndio kuna nini? Tunapo kazani wao yuko karudi kufanya kuna hapo. Jakanuni kula neno. It was war, it was chaos, kinoko wale. Waji kwa one corner. And I like it because things are justice. Mwana ulitolia goal. Kwa hiyo kuna social, kuna mwana kwa ya kaza wewe ukini. Kuna kwa mtu haishi kutiolo yako wewe. Rana wewe mnyama. Kuna mmoja. Wewe kuna ndio mmoja. Ah, they lost it. That is the truth. So, c'est que quoi the impact of recycling what they will tell. Or but I want to say just the survivors. The victims, the survivors, not bonity. Why don't you share or leave kama kalamo? Why don't you share or leave kama kalamo? The survivors. Tokana ni familia mmoja victims. Ogana ndio neno kama kawaida ni safa. Ngamo waje ndio safa za ngamo waje. Ogana ndio se sacrifice pende. Kisa safa kwa kisa sacrifice. So gili kiwani kekule gili the idea was yours but kwa maru kama yoda. Wateni koro kila ni survivors kite anyeni kinoti mano because one of the relatives actually did the survivors and the victims mantie. I want to thank the media so much because apart from the organization mantie, the media have done their part. Kedu kitu kingakai? Kedu kitu Mane mama okalo kwa ditie, Amnesty International ngeko cha kwa ditie. Beti ndukuru kilo ya kaloya, to document ko wema kwa mleroja na uni no penya kama polisa. Koro beti ndukuru kile mama ditie, mape ndina mama beti document getie. Kingitena kwa beti kwa justice. That is the question. Yeah.
Thank you.
And ask yourself that question. Kama nyalo the answer to that question. I will be humble. It will come out.
Thank you. Thank you so much, yes. Yeah. The way you are watching. Chris was thinking about what they pay the Jack Wangir or Gondoni to pay back bits watch of it. I want to go back. Wangir, I can't go on the move and I can't.
owacho kamano. Auti okelonwa historia. To wacho ni evidence tie manyalo tiyo passive justice. Lakini jogo onego bed ni mako lwetwa mondo oterwa mbele ok tim kamano. The benefiters, joma benefits struggles gin gas chopo kanyo to koro weche ni giuma. Koro kanyo wachtie. So we pick that from there. Koro agolo erokamano, wagone jowagi wa appreciate it. Iwinjo wach, adwa duoko ne to aneno ka wegi chunye chandore. Abi ene ka chieng' ka tu. No.
Amoso jokanyana makuru. Okuru kendo awinjo wach kudachemo higa ka. Okune kaka kaka kirayo. Kekini noyuda an kaka jawuo. Ka an e dala mar Kiambu, seche ma wachne nomoko e kind Raila kod Kibaki. Karawe nyinga Anderson Wegi, ane chairman my Nyanza Region IDPs Network, Nyanza Region Survivors of Post-Election Violence, 4827. Yotara wana nempini yuanga, odini, makumibeti emilae, kumibeti emitiene, kumibeti emitime kibora mora. Oido kan chairman, mal ODM, kamalia mchie Kiambu. Nane na wachini kiwanga. Tokanda wa gimanya wa wacho. Efora umachalo kama. Eni, jaluo ongema no max wet jaluo waki. Okangea wili makamano lukikule. Kinyamene wado wangona kwa kino, ni wachalo ya. Kapala mwame diye, bitwari weteni mwenye nyungu ungeru. Ube kamara chia. Jodalo asio kelewegi from 208 kana kao data maro majoruo mar Nyanza mangima bachako luo kaka onego chun gamido urijaluo awuotho chopo kama kono sirikal wacho ni joluo onge mano yudo jaluo onge mano yudo mayu jomoko tunge mesa kawacho jaluo pokobedo IDP. To joma nyine wana Ewasa, mambo na udi wacho ni gituluo. Joma nyine wana Kuru ni gituluo. Joma nyine wajuja gini Mungu kanya ni gituluo. Jodala wa okuse minu mayoti. Justice for all Kenya katika uwenu. Wase kendo, mono kata pesa mitu rejoka 450,000 kukodo. Ochunge ya luo onge. Kano chumbo nitu rejoka, nitu rejoka 2017. Joluo nochun 3,737 to netero 18,000. Manoni kubeni serikali chuloa. Jaluo mane mako metwa ni onge. One con leaders ngata kwenye luo kwa nina ajoki benuhu kulo onge. Ake bokenda. Bakenda kenda peso bilu ka 200 billion. Bilo maru Nyanza. Nikech an. Ongea kulia na makoleta. Kwa awajunu manania. Justice na kwaruan. Justice na kwayuni. Ni ongea kama na mwana mwana lotimo. Kata kibara mwana mwana lotimo kakuganda. Kakuru wadu. Chandre kacha. Tingi position mwere kiuwa kwami. Toki uwe. Yokisike lotu 15,000. Kendo kisike. Negide niyo kama itiki nitie kiwe ke serikali na joli yoni to wano tulo ni 3,000 gote jero fa ba do manolo ko to majimbe na IDPs ko ogala wa makul betwa ngado ngado makbetwa digi mwanwane ko nyalo tuko kocha ni onge mama nyalo timo kende ko makul betwa ko kuru kamera sio kamano to dala. Pero kama ni ndugu wetu yawachi mateke yawachi mama ngima Nyanza aje kwa tishu ndio ndio kwa ni ndio ndio hii target ni ndio maana Ritanis ndio mpio ndio kalo bali ndio kato mora
your Viva, young people are getting these stories, so you can know where we come from as a community. So that helps to engage going forward. Yeah. You want to say something? I'm waiting for Annette to get back so I can be able now to. You can ask. Yes. Yeah. As you do that, yes. In 1 minute, please, because of time.
I don't know whether it is always 1 minute, but I just wanted to observe what the two gentlemen who have just been given time to talk.
Yes.
And you heard when I was referring to something. That person was referring to me. Okay. I've been in the journalism here for so many years. Then I came and found me. I started in 1982. So when we had that coup of Moi, I was a very young boy of 23 years when I was writing. I was based in Mali. So I knew a lot of things which I don't want to say here. But I think what these people have talked, Chris and Audi, I just wanted to bring it closer to what I had. This a law called PLO maneuver. When I was talking sometimes, I think last year in November, at one function in Kampala, Uganda. And the PLO is very much loved in South Africa. When it's talking, whatever it says is very much loved. And because he talks like what Obala is talking about here, please, what I would be talking about here. Because they just say what the way it is, they speak the way it is. So me as somebody who is also talking about a lot of information, I know if I tell somebody so I guess it is the right thing. So what they are talking about, and then Aruni comes and concludes by saying justice. So this is nothing. And at times, I must have had must have had what he was even saying. I think duos are enemies of themselves. Have you heard that? So that is what this is about. And it's something which is very common. You don't even know. As they are trying all this to blame people and trying to do everything and everything, I don't know at what stage, without know that, okay, now we can talk. As most of us want to talk like this. Because those are people we are able to see. A time comes when they join together and they're able to move together and whatever they do, they do together. It's talking one voice. So that is a thing that was like. So I would expect, who was in the Ramogia, but that time I think I've grown up because I came to KISUMU here. And one thing which was very unfortunate for Nyanza, they accompanied some people who went to clear the main meaning around of the people and none. They were thought that time it was ODM, was just called. And they went and then the people they were clearing, they were, I think they were, I don't know if they were beating them or they were killing them. One of them happened to be my father. So that's what they did when they went to those sites of the gold. And my father was there when Dalmas King was going to meet them. Dalmas King was in Kano. So he left me here. And he was killing my father down there. So when he came back, I said, hey, you need to something. He's cleaning. What clears? So what is what you do? But he did it. But to make the engineer what he got, he was only one time was in Kodiaga, having cases, he's not a good person. Even Chris, until the other day, when he went to, it was the burial of our chair, called KISUMU Journalist Network. Chris was punished, I don't know whatever was done to him. Chris Owala, the other day. Did you hear the day that apparently it's something which is very close? You tell me the other day. Not because what he's saying, nobody wants to hear it. But there are some people who would like to tell you, no, we know we are those. But at times they say, they do something to hear this, no, now we are those. So that is what, until such a time when that thing will end. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Really appreciate that history. I am from the economy. Why don't I go in a better was you watching? Although, we never go in a better. You know, one of office somewhere, Kenya Human Rights Commission, but you know, this is one of the children. Okay, so wane kaka watiku sasa ni Patrick au wakizi.
Tio komor, che cosa c'è a Oh, pod uparo wechego. Sawa sawa. Kaka uparo wechego, kendo wabedi moko be matin. But thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you something small. Gimana wachonia, I appreciate the fact that we have intergenerational representation in this room. So Wasebelo, this is my second time coming here, and I remember the first time I came is the reason as to why I decided to come for the second time. Nikechango, kaka unena ukni katila inya to blokngenya inya, sindio? But it was a moment of learning or edification, if you like. Nikechinapunyo na gik mang'eny when I was in this room and wondered, kata kaka ni wacho ni wawinjo jok mang'eny ka wacho viva, wawacho, but at the end of the day, we do not know where we've come from as a community and as a nation. Donge? Nikech wabiro jomang'eny onyuolwa to wayudore kamoro kanyo endo to koro wachako the journey without understanding ni waa kanye, donge? But this is a good opportunity so that as we continue to see many happenings, kwa neno kaka police negoji, wapenjore ni why are they doing it? So we deal with it superficially. Kako timorea timo wawacho ni vyo di mandamano to negi to no justice. But when I came to this room or to the previous meeting, I learned that this is a historical injustice. It's a public order crime. Nikmose bedokati mrei ni mang'eny. For those who have lived for 90 years like Mzee Moyo, that was not news to them. Nikmano timore last year, don't you? Nikechijindik magiseno ignima. So for me, my presentation here is just to situate this conversation on one of the things in one of public order management. So that as I have the conversation, you'll get to understand that this is a historical issue. Okay, kimocha kunyoro, and kimosebedo kodwa iglimang'eny, as you will be seeing from the presentation. What I want also, what do we call it? Laptop. Okay. So what a much more connection, then we proceed. Thank you very much. So I struggled a bit and was wondering, about public order management, but in my view, like contemplating on how I should do my presentation, I thought, when you talk about public order management, is that the language? Because management and kimopangore maber, don't. Lakini kama niyo kaka nabede room ni last time and the happenings, I thought there's no management, like it isn't something good. So I opted to call it public order mismanagement, but maybe as we proceed, we will want to find out whether that's the case or not. But here we are. Problem. It's not moving. So these are just Thank you. So when we talk about public order management, As I said, I called it public order mismanagement because of what I'm going to share. And as a nation, when we talk about public order management, it's a historical issue. It's not something that just started yesterday. It dates back over 70 years ago, where, and it came up as a result of the Kenyan struggle for liberation. And so it also came up at a point where we were still being ruled by the British. But you know, the rule, us as Kenyans being under the British rule, it wasn't a cordial relationship. It was a relationship where as Kenyans we were trying to fight for what is ours as Kenyans. We felt like there were a lot of injustices that were happening. And so at that point when Kenyans were struggling for their liberation, that is when the British government decided to come up with what they call a Public Order Act. That is around 1950s thereabout. And so when this public order management came, it was basically according to them to maintain law and order. But to the African foods being governed by them, there was nothing as public order management. It was basically a rule, or it was basically a law that came to suppress them even more. But unfortunately, this was happening. The enforcement of the tool that was being used to commit injustices against African was the police. And who are the police? Were the police white people from the history that we know? Police were? They were white. History wa Wanya. Police and before independence, we had whites. But Africans were also oriented because when they were almost transferring power to the black, it is the black people that were being used against the blacks. So the blacks were enforcing the white law, right? So now the blacks were the ones who were being used. That was a tool to suppress those who were fighting for the freedom of Kenyans. So there was that struggle at that particular time. But importantly, when you talk about public order management, I'm saying this because to date, the law that is governing matters security largely is the Public Order Act, is the Public Order Act that was enacted in 1950. However, in 1954, there was an amendment to it so that the police at the end of the day would be like other public servants, okay? But then what we see that post that happening, we see that there's no change that has been seen. So when you talk about public order management, it's a good thing, but now, when you read about public order management, it should be one that enforces peace, one that ensures the security and this control in spaces to ensure that at the end of the day, there's the safety and well-being of individuals. So basically ensuring that if there's a gathering or a big event, kitambo sisi tukigrow, we used to hear Moya anakuja. So tungepanga line kama watoto wa shule. And when we could line up, the police were there to just ensure that there's order. So basically, the police are supposed to ensure that there's that order, but as they are doing it, ensure that there's safety of the community or the individuals that are there. So at the end of the day as well, when we see that there are public protests out there, the police is supposed to ensure that those who are protesting are also protected by law, or if there are demonstrations that are happening. So basically just enforcing law and order. But why is public order management important? We are saying public management, public order management. I'm a public finance management practitioner, so I'm really struggling with my public order management, those two words actually. But the public order management is basically to prevent or to respond to any disruptions and disturbances that may threaten public safety or disrupt the normal functioning. And when we talk of normal functioning, it could be the demonstrations, the protests, any major public event. So just ensure that at the end of the day, you mitigate disruptions or disturbances when those situations occur. And then there's a responsibility because when these public events happen, we expect that, for example, kama tunaenda kupiga kura, we expect that when I'm lining up there, I should be protected by who? The police. But I'm also a major actor, I'm a major stakeholder. Because lazima niende pale ndio nipige kura so that tomorrow I can get a leader. But at the same time, we have organizers of this event. So there are three people who have responsibility when we talk about public order management. One is the police, because they should ensure that they provide security to people during these public gatherings. But at the same time, we have the individuals, us who are going to participate, for example. I'm saying us for some reason what was streets to maandamano every other time. So even me as that person participating in any public gathering or demonstration, I have a responsibility so that I ensure nisiende nipigane huko nipige watu mawe, but go and exercise my democratic right. At the same time, we have organizers of this event. Because sometimes when you see people on the street, there are people behind the scenes who have organized us. A good example that I can give is during the public protest on high cost of living last year. See, we were all called by the opposition leader, Raila Odinga, right? He could announce and say, on Monday, kuna maandamano. Sindio? Meaning he's the organizer, or perhaps the ODM team or that particular party was the leader, was the organizer. So at the end of the day, they are also held accountable because they're the ones who have called us on the streets there. But you who is going to participate in the streets, you also have a responsibility to ensure that you're also protecting yourself, you're also not causing chaos while you are on the ground. But then I keep on asking myself, that is the understanding of what public order management should be. But people around, are they the same? Is that exactly what we see in our current situation? No. But it's not only current. I say that this dates back many years ago. I wish we could present and see some of these photos that I had shared. And I'm asking myself, we have a very good definition, I mean, from international standards, and also looking at the fact that we have legal frameworks in the country. But the question is it the situation that we are experiencing? Why are we here? Why are we in a situation where every other year or any other time we have perhaps elections or public events or perhaps political leaders, we continue to see that at the end of the day, maybe a particular region or individuals' rights to protest are violated. So there's a legal framework, and I mentioned that this is a historical problem. And it came about before independence through the Public Order Act 56 of 1950. So this was enacted during the British rule at the height of a struggle for independence. So the act was later on amended in 1954 to remove police autonomy, because during the British rule, we saw that the police had power. They could kill, they could injure people without accountability. So that was amended to make sure that police are an extension of the civil service, okay? And then we come to post-independence, and during the post-independence we see that the British government is now gone. We have new successive governments coming in, but what we continue to see is that the structures under which the police were operating during the colonial period are retained. So nothing changes post-independence, and so police are also not trained to reflect the post-colonial state, hence largely retain the violent tactics used against the Kenyans. So governments have changed, yes, but when wako wanasema kwa Kiswahili, nyani, what do they say? There's a saying in Kiswahili. I don't know. There's a saying about the msitu. Na msitu, yes. Tunataka Kiswahili huku kwetu. Hebu sema leo tunasema aje? Asante. No. Ati? Exactly. So that is the case with this matter of public order management. So a new government came and thought that now that we are being led by our own, we will see changes. But unfortunately, that did not change, and it will reflect the same that we have given them, that the police were not retrained, so that at least they could conform with the now new or the new government. And so we see post-colonial states continuing the violations or the tactics by the police that were being used during the colonial period. And so we move forward and we see post-2010 constitution, because I think for
a new dawn for us as Kenyans, because we saw very many things happening, including a platform or a framework that underpins very many other things, freedoms, and including even human rights. And so as this is happening, we are asking ourselves, we have a new constitution here that provides for the Bill of Rights under Chapter 4. We have a new constitution that again, at the end of the day, obliges us, or requires that the police oblige with the human rights standards and fundamental freedoms. It respects these fundamental freedoms. And so today we are saying we are over 10 years of implementing our constitution, but the question is, has anything changed? Yeah? Not much has changed because we continue to see police brutality, we continue to experience police excesses, and so much as we have a constitution, I don't want to call it new because it's at its teenage stage, so it's really not new. By now we should have clarity, by this moment we should have our structures and foundations set in motion so that we see change. But the question is, when it comes to matters police and the public order management, how are we performing? We are seeing that the structures have even been deepened and the injustices continue to be perpetrated by police unaccounted, despite us having this framework that is very, very elaborate. We see some of the structures being set. For example, we have the security sector accountability agencies, like we have the police working group that brings together different stakeholders, both in private and public, to just ensure that at the end of the day, we have an effective, efficient, professional, and accountable public security. But is that the case? So much is happening, and we are not going to sit here and say that we don't have changes. But we are not yet there. I think, in my view, we are far from realizing that broad objective of having an effective, efficient, and professional police. It's not even moving at all. Okay. So it's okay, I can just continue presenting.
It's moving now?
Yes. So
I should not connect.
Yeah. So yeah, we say we are at post 2010 constitution, but not much has changed. Despite legal frameworks being developed and set in motion, we still do not see much change. Like when you talk about public order management, we have the National Police Act as well that requires that the police can only use force when there is no non-violent means available to achieve a legitimate objective, but really that's not happening. We have the standing orders, the service standing orders as well that require that force may only be employed when non-violent means are effective or without any promise of achieving the intended results. Again, not much is happening or reflects that. So all we are seeing is that when we talk about the public order management of 2015, much as an amendment happened in 1954, not much changes, and what we see, I would have loved to highlight some of the sections, like Section 5.1 and Section 5.2 as well, that in the Public Order Management Act, or the Act if you like, it prohibits any public meetings or processions that are not in line with the provisions in the Act. So meaning that because this, an amendment has not happened to the Public Order Management Act, those laws that were governing us in the 1950s continue to be operational because no amendments whatsoever have been done to ensure that that is scrapped out of that legal framework. There's also a section that is 5.1 and 5.2 that requires that one or any person or grouping that intends to plan public meetings or profession, that they should at least 3 days in advance or a maximum of 2 weeks before the protest, ensure that you inform the police, you notify the police. Also, we have Section 5.10 that states that any public meetings or public processions for which no notification has been sent in writing within the required time frame is considered unlawful assembly. So meaning, we have a legal framework, we have the Constitution, yes, but we also have an act here that has not been amended, and so
because of its punitive nature, Kenyans continue to suffer the injustices by police. So, having taken us through that legal framework, I think we can already say, or I can say, we are painting a picture to demonstrate that we have a legal framework, but we also a legal framework that is contradictory in nature. So they always say the Constitution is the supreme law of land, yeah? But if the Constitution is the supreme law of land, why do we continue to operate in this outdated legal frameworks like the Public Order Management Act, which at the end of the day, its existence continue to see most Kenyans suffer injustices by police in an accounted manner. So I think the elephant in the room, having painted, is that there's a legal framework at the end of the day, but all we are seeing is that it's in contradiction with the Constitution, and so injustices continue to happen because one of the sections also criminalizes holding offensive weapons defined by for causing injury. And so Nyanza, what we are seeing, I think we are known when you talk about protests, wanasema mkifika huko mtabebewa mawe na mtapigwa. So we see the police coming already with force, using lethal weapons, ready to be able to combat. Even when Kenyans are in this side of the region are just trying to exercise their democratic right, that is prohibited, but they do this because at the end of the day they know that they are protected by the Public Order Management. So this is an elephant in the room that even as we sit here and have a conversation, for me my question is which way forward? I think for sure, because we have structures, we have legal frameworks, the practice has not changed, and so I keep on asking myself, for us to move forward as a nation, and for us to move forward maybe as a region, because we continue to aim from the injustices that were perpetrated on us as a community, as an ethnic group, in the colonial period and also the post-colonial period. And so we see that that is happening, and a good example would be when we were talking about the mandamanos for last year, that is just about 8-7 months ago. The pattern also continues. So my question is, even as we are moving forward, how do we ensure that we break this trend that has happened over the years? We are talking about them, our elders are passing on. I know for sure we are also headed there. We will live, and the young generation will also continue to suffer the same. So for me, it's time for us to act, not only as a people of this region, but also as a nation as well. When we talk about matters, public order crime, that is what I would call it, public order crime. How do we ensure that this is politically resolved? And when we talk about resolving, it's not only, because in my view, I think we may need to just work towards ensuring that the Public Order Management Act is amended to scrap off these punitive sections that allow or give room for the police to continue to commit injustices. Beyond just scrapping that, I think we are also not healed. That's why we are having this conversation. The first time and this second time that I'm in this room, I think what I hear is that we have not healed as a community. And part of healing, for me, it would be amendment to this act. But beyond that, how do we start a conversation that would direct us towards a healing community, would ensure or come up with remedies, or even cultural changes? Like, I don't really have an answer as an individual, but I believe collectively we need to have a way forward on ensuring that it stops right now, that the coming electioneering period or events that are politically aligned or situated do not breed or do not enable violations by police at the end of the day. So I will stop there, but I think if you would have looked at the presentation, my question is, how do we move forward? We really need to have an answer beyond just us coming, having these conversations and leaving the room. In my view, that would not really add value to the cause. Really, we need to make a move. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette, for enlightening us on the history and the issue of how this public order management has been since. And I like what he called it. He called it, rather than management, he called it crime, public order crime. Friends, we're just about to bring this to a close. Allow me to, because of time, I want to ask Lorraine to say something on what she had in this issue, and then I'll open it up for us. Since we have 7 issues here, now the young people will never, police do something called public order management, when they deal with you. And the way stuff that's supposed to happen, but they don't follow the order. That's why they just kill people like the way what you see happening. And that's why Irene has called it public order. Crime as opposed to management. That's what Karibu.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to give thank you so much. I don't know where niongee Kijaluo ama niseme English. Both. Hi, asante sana. I've heard from the elders, from our women, and also from our civil society organization, Betty, CSO from CSO Network. I want to really appreciate the effort we are doing to ensure that our Nyanza region, there is peace and peace building in the area. Koro, adawachonia, ngenchi okong'eyo tume watie tume mar National Cohesion Integration Commission. You have a problem? Okay.
What is it?
There's somebody from the back.
What's the issue?
Oh, language, English. Oh, okay. The National Cohesion Integration Commission unfortunately was formed after the post-election violence. That is the 2007-2008 violence that occurred. There was need to bring Kenyans together. That's why the commission was formed. The commission saw the need to bring the office in Nyanza, where I've said we are located in Huduma Center, 4th floor. So my take about the issue. Yes, I've seen that there's a lot that needs to be done. People have not healed from the massacre that occurred, also from the post-election violence that occurred. And what I can say is that for us as the commission, we are working within the region to ensure that there is peace, there is cohesion among the communities, there is inclusivity, regardless of the gender and regardless of the religion. A story is told about Wangari Maathai, about the hummingbird. Hummingbird, the bush was burning, and the hummingbird took an initiative to pour water to stop the bush from burning. So all of us, we are all called upon to be like the hummingbird. Whatever the little that you can do to bring peace and cohesion, come forward, speak to it, and let's ensure that our communities and our members, where you come from, let's turn those families, those groups, the chamas, into peace corners where we can discuss. The youths, I've seen that there's a lot of things have been raised about the youth. I myself am a youth. What are we doing to bring the country forward? What are we doing? What are our efforts that we are doing as youths to bring the country forward? Let's participate. There's need for us to participate. Most of the time you call dialogues for the youth to participate, but the turnout is not always so much. And our elders, there's a lot of conversation going on about the role of elders in our community. We play a critical role, and we recognize that. We are working with the elders, and I'm so happy for bringing up. Today I've met a lot of people from, especially from different background and different income, work with us, so that also you might also pass the information you know about our community to our young people. There's a gap in between there. Yes. Let me just conclude by saying that we are one people. Until we recognize that we are one people, until we recognize that we are one nation, until we recognize that we are one destiny, then peace will forever be our song that we will always sing. Amani ni kitu inaanza na wewe na inaanza na mimi, si ndio? Yes, that's why you say amani milele. Amani milele. Thank you so much.
Thank you, okay. I want to call Obure as someone who has been here, who has faced this experience, the issue of public order crime as an connect. So that's come and share your reflection briefly with us. Good afternoon. Bininigie kumangeng. One, allow me when wako I achie nema baba aris noero pejo jikowe into be ni school ordayo so ordayo giduluo nyuonge ni siwinde nitiere a lot ma ji ne nyalo lando e od dayo. Koro nopenjo ogandawa mano oyudo nyiri River Road kucha. To nyalo mano oyud River Road no be is culturally structured monyalo rito dalawa. So the song used to go ni dakni di sikul, dakni di sikul ordayo. Ni lando nyari baru ye wako inyore. Dakni di sikul ordayo. When Mochiel went away, it's very normal and common with the Christian community, and the siasa moro everywhere kaina kumakua iwa togor the ono donya wiyo gidoketi bebe yo sayu to ongeka yuyo kurakona Iwo togo the polo yo nyao iweyo gidoketi bebi yo sayu togeka yueyo. So just substitute polo with justice. Then you substitute sayu with justice. So before I also contribute to way forward, I want to put it clear. Ni yo mami yo doluo and gombongeyo doluo. But structurally, jaluo oluoro kendo miyo luor maduong kabisa the institution of miyo and the institution of nyako. Kik wawuogi e rumni gi weche moko mwasewacho to kod mosetimre oko kwa paro ni culturally jaluo ochayo miyo kata nyako. Anang'eyo an samoro jodongo biro yie koda ni kata kano yang dhiang' dala kucha to robno ne oketi ni ng'ama nyako. Robno ok ne nyal mi dichuo be ok ne nyal mi ng'ama miyo be ok nyal mi wuoyi mondo timre nade ocham. To ng'ama ong'eyo how nutritious robno is e dhiang' or e chiayo moro amora moyang' will know how young girls were valued in our culture as far as pogo mwandu gi chiemo is concerned. I also know ni an baba na olaro lo for over 31 years to onge chieng' maneno documentary mora mora mawacho ni lo no muma kwargi kata weti abudo kata mware ne puro. All those documents are just talking about mama gi dangi machielo. So land did not and is not belonging to man in the Luo society. Kikwariambi kachuo no bi mokwalo lo kama mine nitiere ko to mine uoga wan jok mobe wang'eyo ni lo mar chuo
be wachak wacho ni chuo gin jokuo mag lowo gimayo mine gimais culturally theirs. Wachak kuru wacho adier, wet go koko ni wuoru e pogo ni migogo lowo, kecho nego pogo ne lowo. Machielo manyaka wawinjire e position ma jomoko dwa. I wanted to ask jodongo modong mathin, koro gidong ang'on ka gidong maneke iye kae. Niki dichuo to in na gi dak achiel. Dhano iluongo ni kae. So, when we want to take positions, you don't take position. Ni kukrini wacho, ni ali wuli na nyo kuango, to ina yugo munge moro. Kwa inu kuango ni moro ere. And therefore you can't become a first wife if there is no second and third and fourth. That's your wife. Don't say you are first wife, because you can only be first when there is a second and the rest. So, for our ladies also to take position in the cultural structure, encourage your husband to marry more than one wife. Jadol, and there are many people watching ubaguzi. Culturally, jamani chie mwake tuwakaje kwa mabuza. Thought future, because wache miru gigigo ndiko jawe. Die pomoe. Ubutumo kuchini na kuligo maka mojinali. So you can tell you thought future, maka kama ndiko moe, turo kuthought future mojinali. The woman will also guide and then look about mental issues. In fact, and you know, many of us are monogamous, like the coming worker. It is about mental health issues. And that's where the leadership comes in. If you don't have more than one wife, Erika Kenya Hotel Nichi Mama only more than one wife. Erika Ikwa channel out your leadership capabilities. And even that wife, in the first wife, the Mikai, I'm sorry, Kachwani. This is the person that at certain age was managing the diary, managing Dala. So your man, including Zekochia, Iboka, they are just polygamous by mouth. They don't have somebody to manage their diary. The woman said, it is also very wrong. Manyaka wanyisi joa, nibe wanyaka wanyaka kidogo pedala u. Godala ni ibeni kidogo, ibeni kabila kama ane kabila ne matia kogo. Kawacho ni gikmoko wawacho. We must also create spaces. Mwandu wago embaka, wawacho inga generational change. Where luo waka mawani ki space mar bombaka jowen chakawe oparo no yawo ni wala li yuru ma ngon yinyima do ne kama inyo kae rumo chel rumo ni ko party kaya yung pamilya, pinawala nila yung sabi. Rumachia. Iwa ni kwamba, in fact, one will contribute to more Godero, Vinitila Aya, Yachia. So we must create that space. Space must be created in the elders' work to conduct jomoko mabe assume ni gin elders jomoko wendi sechope jomoko chiemo sechope nikech koro jodongo giwowe space joma kanitie nyaka koro ikri mar kawo position mar elder chak ikri mondo prepare space minyalo goye mbaka gi nyithindi gi nyikwayi. The same gi our women chak create space minyalo goye mbaka gi nyingi gi nyikwayi and anybody manya think kich ma owe monego bed ni timo nade ipuonjo gima timre. But space waonge go wachamo te. Kuro biro duoka seche moko koponi mikai be mikai ka en dhako achiel to ka ineno dhako achiel to mano ok mikai. What is your value in that society? To ka ineno dichuo man gi dhako achiel, what is your value in that society as far as leadership is concerned? Binya wuok midhi ter chiwani Bigma Chris Benyo kama very critical. Binya wuok midhi ter chiwani to ki wuok midhi ter chiwani mi wono go chiwi achiel tawa. What do you do? Ito kanye. Mane ng'iyo weyo mondo wete uni jo Rwanda tu complain yo idwaro. Koro wacho sigana mar ogandawa as was told sigana nyaka watimre nade. Betty asked a very critical question and Owala Chris ni ng'ama wacho sigandwa and sigandwa waweyo jomoko matimonwa nade wachonwa and sani waduogo wawache and wawacho ni jaluo sani nyaka bichako nyathi Otieno to kuchopo university ni kawako nyinge nikech Otieno is bastardized. Otieno is criminalized in terms of manyo tich. Ka in Otieno Onyango Odhiambo koro okonya yudo tich. Koro ichopo kucha to nyathini mane chako baba uki hero. Nyathina mana chako dera kumulo ka hero, chako nera owad gi mama. Ka chopo kucha to koro lokore Hussein Bara. Koro nyathi be duogo ka en gimoro no because onge space migoye kod mbaka minyise the importance mar nyinge mar Odera wuon mulo cha. Space no timna nyaka wabedi jok moko malangwejwa wayie mondo watimna mane momiyo deliberately I'm talking to you gi dholuo mondo mubayi benjwa banywa samoro wan mubo wiye koro kana kiano hapa or I need to use this for another day. For another day. Jadumuro yandu penja ako kae, onyaka nyakwa, odak manyaka ka. No bure. Jok machung tema biro yiwa mondo mikura gini jomona chiel achiel. Koro seche mwadhi go kura, tawuok gi chiega achiel tawe moko ka. Nikech en odhi wuok mana gi chiega achiel kadhi wane kura. Can that be a contributing factor? Over 700,000 votes mane okoboka. Okachayo apenja if that can be a question. Then the issue of IDPs, Jana. I was in a political office 2007, 2008. And now I come government kabisa KISUMU. And I thought, ni jasiasa manoyier kae would join us. Gimano penjo ni jamube ne nyalo bedo IDP. And it is known, and I think when he was there, kwaringo wadhie e office Jakom, Nairobi, Jakom osebedo Prime Minister. And then the function in pipeline quarter. Mubuok without machine more like the question in Imbrone Marach Kajalu Wacho near IDP, the name Remarachi Wang, Ganawa, Jamu Yabedo, IDP. Then we must come back for our people mondo be ochul kaka nochul jomoko, and we must redefine gima IDP. Nyaka wa contextualize. I don't understand kanga to because he lost land in irregular land, moonge gi title deed ne. But when the man only came Kiam, to put you on integrated. Anan register a IDP because you're not going to be going to Tumbu, kill a part of the and you're not going to Stonda, and many more women and young people. Manoke thingi I participated ma account ningi obi ten na jaso maduoko ka police for 78 people because of kakana ngi ma IDP timrana IDP ko chuno nya kania na ibasa nitire IDP manote timrana nenika ago ka ni tino mabiro kani ina wa homu ngondo wajiku nyachera ma an nyathini marabich ema masna ne wagoyo kucha mwarie but en gi kucha kodhi kucha she was hell gimoro moro midwaro ma en chamichulo ochule gi kocha to koni to waywa biparo modhi live peacefully kode. So the other thing in political leadership nyaka embrace watch Wamara IDP ni mondo gibegi konwa gi speak for us mana kaka other political leaders speak for themselves kagi allocate money mondo michula IDP they can also follow up ni pesa cha be no dhi Nyanza pesa cha be no chulu jo wake that data must be there with them giwe wundre ni gionge that data we've shared it. The other one, in our participation in institutional violence, that's it. Yes, I don't know. Jogiana Tenti, I'm your one. Nitiru kuna mukuma ka Chris wachoni nyaka wakware ngono. It is important that we come out and say and participated in violence. Abini jana kawachoni no market. No market writings a day. Mutera industrial area about 9 months. But they take because and say this year to kindu KISUMU no kuna wingi 9 months. But jadi yung dola manadak ko manomaka kanoringo dok dala tutero wachi ni nyamu na ngeni muona umaki ungamara ko nyae chunga umi ngamane chunga Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions manomera ni dala kuja so jobo so dia usu yucho dala kuja odigo mundu losigo gichunga mondo neka kiti marani where umio jana kati ana free person not where but documentations moko man kakane wabit man inform my past onge records magawa kutesi yo chunga that was my reality but chungu participate mara monadi a violation sigi to be kubiru mbele uka mokwa ngono dangu timenani how many were they? For example, benitiere ngat moro mane serikal omako midwa notwe gi makosa kata maonge makosa moko dhi mbele umundi mbango. Sijimitere mbele umundi mbango kok en chunga eno hiyo na. Okay, watch prosecution. And these are laws. So, okanda kabe ngiyo as violators because not only lose Manigitere mbele Umunimbago, they were also taking other tribes mbele ngano Umunimbago. So gibende kikao wakiketo wa eaga one tula because of Gimagisetimona. How do we accept their apology if they are to come and confess to us that no chuno waninyaka never timano? But Mugik, as we continue with these conversations, we also highlight Mabejo Osetimo. As we document Maritogi, we also document Mabejo Osetimo. And I've never heard our historians saying Nijabono Mononukum. Emmanuel Lukwe, Utilesi Manela, or South Africa, independent. Nobody is telling that. And it can be according to the only story Mayalu Koru, Okum, and Ramach Mayo. Manuka de Gimo South Sakwa. Can you tell Chris? And I want to also tell you, and my is a woody of Obuja. Nikamangio violence. Someone was perpetrate violence within us. Nyati, and it has to go on record. Nyati manya kutegi in court. Ninyo participative of wala wongi ejok mo wala no mo naivasa. It is like wala ne wongi mondo pive mondo biogongano wala. How do you appreciate good things mangano otimo? Kurunya kawagoe mbaka ni in the diplomacy failed. Julubo setime maber mugi wachi uru wajalango kumu wachi uni. In the history of Kenya neni malo at its peak on matters diplomacy kuhukumo kasaidana minister for foreign affairs and international relations. We must also say this. Mondo wa tukagima watimo moko mabeyo. Union miwacho kae mawano wago back rights. Nobody is saying nikata stalemate mantiere ni nentiere 1997. Give that. Machete malende mwapinyabere. But moi ne adongu viro mamo yutero. So nobody is telling us about there. Adongo. But never be Gimo Yimagi CBA Manone will be implemented in 2 years. Nobody was spread up to 10 years. And then you put your dog, and I'm not going to Resani. Mugik, our leadership, Mantiere Nyanza must also Nisowa fruits of Luang was what you want. Kwa goyogi mondo wa bishop ino mwanzo kwa goyogi nyako bole mwanya mopono mwacha to kata ko kiponi chamo tinya mopono mibani mwanzo chamo nyo wani street guy manyoji otoe. The numbers are worrying. Transparency International golomare KNHRC golomare Enpoa golomare wanda udigi to pende ni maru dugo gane mama uto tinto mama ngenye. But kangu na ko report ugo okuna ko ni to en product mare de wanda to kana ko report ugo. Is there any clause, is there any sentence, is there anyone that is talking about victims and survivors of the violence or of the demonstrations? Okay. But what was said was not very implemented. It is not talking about your money or Mendegi Gilisasika. Gudia era Kuru Malukacha. Okonyal Makataku Wachunukil Munade Munyalo. And that is what is not talking about Nadia. So, what's that in Dara? Never 2007, 2008. Now, what year 2016? What year 2017, yani wagenda na 2023. But anytime mwadi, tulemo, magino nyango, okulemo that speaks to our mind. It does not speak our issues. As the political leadership this side, Katadea academia, because as we speak academia, nobody minds poking whole Nanuko report. Nobody is asking, even the academia is asking, NTAC report, or Lingo Nano, what is the So let us divide all sectors. In leadership, kupo nini ntiye gimoro mwago empaka, to gino, obenigima, nyalokonyo wate, kaya attitude, wa change. Samora goga weni gweni. Wendi ningeni kwa chako tuweja hii pini, tone ngatraila, mwakua kone nwatu structured way, munego hii piso ochongo. Tuwendi nyisi muna picha mwana wa gerai ya kiamu. Ana hii mungea. Wana structure ni onge. Wedi guru ni muna pinengi pini mukadek mwana uotoko. Wamani kakainya lotuno jogite. Anyi zuni samoro kakone nuloso wankara iyo na kama tumusa kiloe. Uotobo madie pongo. Jonya ujueyo gidoketi pepe. Your justice tongeka your public order crime. KNHRC. This is my request, and this is my last. Legally, even if we do advocacy, at the end of the day, politicians look regal kucha to change the thing at the end of the day. To give a legal structure that suits them. Even if we do a lot of advocacy for the amendment of the public order management, probably we will not get there soon. But we can challenge, and that's why I'm calling on you, KNHRC. Can we challenge the unconstitutionality of the Public Order Act so that the High Court will pronounce itself on the same to what Diego Uriti Maria Segwin.
Wingi wako kunowe. Watu ya people wamesema wamesema. Nimepata historia. Okay, basi. Thank you. Sasa ni magani. Basi. Imosa joge TV wake achana katika milioni ya TV kageni ndio ndio. Ndio beto sana. Si ya noti. Kitu ni moro ile ndio ndio kanasema moro. Lakini sasa tunaanza si katika
I came late, I have heard from the point at which I came up to now. The only question I would probably ask is who took Ores Matumbo? I am really keen on investigating. And if there's anything to document very, very properly, is these people who went with Matumbo, 17 kilos. 17 kilos of Matumbo is a lot of food. But unknown to most people, Matumbo has zero nutritional value. Zero. In fact, it just fills the stomach. So whoever went with 17 kilos must have known, should know that they went with nothing, first of all. They were just going to fill their stomachs with 17 kilos. Yeah, but on a serious note, thanks Janak, thanks the committee. I am a part of this process, and I'm happy that we are building on what we started. I have just one message that I think we can do this without politicians. I think that's how we need to do this. So that we also investigate our politicians. What you're not saying about the violence is that the violence in this region is sponsored violence. It doesn't happen by accident. Most of the violence that happens in this region is sponsored. And it would be nice to have a report that documents who have been the greatest sponsors of violence. How does money that moves to sponsor violence move through what M-Pesa and bank accounts, and where does that money move? I think if we can bring that dimension in, then we can have a very, very frosty relationship with politicians that can help us prosecute some of them. Because I think where we are heading, we do need to prosecute some of our own leaders for having been the greatest sponsors of the violence that we have been experiencing. And on that one, I am willing to be the head of that committee, particularly the one that is investigating politicians with a view to prosecute them for having committed atrocities against us by using our own youth to kill one another. When youth wants to go and beat people, it is called an operation. So those operations are funded. Who funds them? I think that's what we are not asking since we started having our discussion. Today, human life in this region is the cheapest you can have. Because people wake up in the morning, they say, and in the afternoon, you hear reports, and some people are gloating that, you know, he was thinking we will not finish it. So we talk about death the way we talk about the death of houseflies. So I'm willing to bet on that one. The second thing, and it's the last one I am saying, is that the second problem that I think we are also not discussing sufficiently is our inability as a community to manage fame or power. We are unable to manage fame and or power. And I listened to a very distressing story recently. Don't we? When India is anywhere, there is a frenzy. And a lot of people go to that place where India is. So I'm in this matatu, and someone is telling me, the driver is telling me, this matatu of mine was hired last night. And I want to say this story without mentioning a lot of details. And it was hired by young-looking individuals, boys and girls. At midnight in KISUMU, they wanted a vehicle that can take them to India at Nilotic in Bondo. And the driver said, I've just closed, so I'm not going again. So they said, no, we want to pay you. How much do you want to be paid? And this driver said something that would discourage them. I think he said something like 16,000. They said, in fact, we'll add you to. So they added in 2. And as soon as the matatu was on the way, one of the leader was sitting in front, called the OCS boy. I said, OCS, today we're in your area. Today we're in your. And now the driver is between, who are these? Why are they in the OCS's area? So when they got to India, they drove in. Then they don't park outside. They drove where? Inside that compound. And this guy at the front didn't leave the car. The rest left and went into the dance floor. And so the driver, also worried now for his life, went and stood somewhere on the side. And these young men would come back, talk to the leader, then they run back. They would come, talk to the leader, and then they would run back. So by 4 a.m., they were going back to KISUMU. They told him 4 a.m., we are going back. So as they were going back, now they are doing their audit. They had stolen mobile phones worth 300,000 from that dance group. And so they were, by 10 a.m. they were saying these ones will have been organized and cured and treated and in the streets for sale. So that is the value chain you are enjoying. That is the fame that Linda is enjoying because you go there in numbers and you pay him for going there. But what's the cost to the society? So I asked myself, oh, this happens in real life. And the OCS is aware? The OCS is what? Aware. So the violence here is structured. It is sponsored, it is known, it is supported, it is anchored in the law, if you like, those who like law. Because the OCS is supposed to be the custodian of our security, but there he is abetting something like that. So those are dimensions of investigations that I think we need to do. If we do a TJRC here, it should not be one where people are coming to apologize. They just come and tell us what they need. I think all we need is what did you do? And then what we do with it, I think they can leave to us. So that this Commission of Cohesion, I think has worked, but I don't think it has worked here. We can't be talking about peace if we cannot deal with the questions of justice here. Let's deal with justice first. Cohesion, we will invite you later. You will come, but later. And so finally, our last problem that perpetrates the violence is alcohol and drugs. Because all the perpetrators of violence first have to either do something about alcohol before they kill somebody blindly, and so on and so forth. So that is another dimension of work that we need to do. Maybe the commission we did here is that one of alcohol. Yeah, the coalition can wait. The one that we need an office here, rather urgently, I think, is the alcohol, that family committee. Maybe that's the one we need here. So those are the things I wanted to say. I'm not saying them in jest, and I'm not saying them as jokes. I am really very, very serious. And I think that is the direction of your committee, and in the committee. If you call a meeting, you can be sure I will push the issues I'm saying here with the last pint of my blood. And I don't think on the vote, the issues I'm raising can lose. So I just want to thank everyone for taking their time to listen to these difficult issues. I have no authority to close the meeting because I know the chair is here and I think there's something they want to complete with. So I will therefore, on this note, invite Olojana to please come forward and offer final directions about the meeting. Asante sana.
Rome was not built in one day, was it? No. Huh? I know we have a lot of issues that we can discuss. Okay, let me come inside.
I know we have many issues that we could discuss. And we are talking about, the way we need to move forward. We may not have enough space to do this today and take everybody's opinion because of the time that is spent. Perhaps we need like 2 days or so to do this. But because we are doing a summary of a lot of some of the things that we intended to do because of time. I just want to announce that we at the committee level have what we call a draft roadmap, which we'll want to keep getting back to you to say, contribute to. Part of what we have discussed based on the previous convening at Grace Onyango was, because this process started earlier, after the elections, then we had sessions here. And the Bunge la Wananchi, we took some of you to Nairobi. Imboka, you were there. Simira, you did not go, but they represented you. But we had many sessions here where you said, we need to have a lot of discussions. And the process here is a result of those recommendations. So we have some of them in our records and so on. We are pursuing some of them. A lot more is coming. We want to encourage each of you that it doesn't matter if you have spoken or not. Please let us, you even have our contacts, please let us have a lot of documentation. Like what I was telling you about Adhiambo, he used to generate a lot of information and send it back to us. You now know the big agenda of discussions that we are having. Can we have a lot more recommendations about how do we move forward together? And I saw discussions were emerging about how we need to take this to the grassroots. So that is a serious recommendation about taking this to the grassroots. But it's not this small committee that can take it. We are relying on each of you to take it to the grassroots because you have a constituency you can report back to. Dongino mo gimene pile. Dong, nyaka Muron, nyaka Samba, Muron. Can this be part of your programmatic intervention? All of you here, whatever you do, the social justice centers and everybody else, take this as an agenda. If you want some write-up to help you, and we are going to release a report here, if you want the additional about the direction, this is where we come in to just help. And we, as we gather other things from the other people, we'll keep building this momentum and information so that then we move forward. Now, because time has gone so much, if you think there is any kind of recommendation you have here in terms of the way forward, please even take a few leaves there. Write a few things there and we'll submit it to our team behind there. There's a lady called Agnes and her colleague. Say, out of these discussions, I'm proposing 1, 2, 3, 4. But I'm suggesting to you what we have discussed internally. One is that we are not going back. One of the things we need to say is okwa surrender. Karwacho ni okwa seji, koro waniya gimwacha okwa timre nade kaberto ber okwa surrender okwa dog ne chien. So this conversation, I can tell you when we were beginning it last year, josiasa ntie manogoya. Jomoko no penjo be jakom ng'eyo, tawacho ni ka jakom kato ng'eyo kata ok ng'eyo to ok ochune ni nyaka ong'e kokwa dhi mbele. Governors moko no nyisa to kwarit nado ko. Moro noringo jasiasa moro mjumbe oringo modhi ir kero Dungi Randa kwaseloso ni wadwa loso report kod elders. Dong dwaro moka elders. Mwa wacho ni aringa dhiri jedungo wacho ni nado koni issues mag brutality manyasa gi other things mogure wacho go nyakwa kete iye manyiso wanda inwa kelo no report. Mjumbe moro luro dhir gine Odungi kunye go kinwa rom mas organize kata kako Dungi biro gi jodongo moko mondo warom ka walos gine. To nadhi bongo makaduogo to Dungi gocho nania ni to ng'ane no biro ka to wacho no awere gi weche mamoko ma janagire wacho go ni gigo gibro loso ati giloso malo kucho nade okwan ma generate agenda kai. So what am I saying in short? This process must go on. We don't have to wait. You are the leaders. So our discussion within the committee is like this. We have had a series of meetings after the Grace Onyango, and we made proposals which I want to share with you. And then if you think there's something else that we need to say, please write some down, engage us, you have our numbers, or even email or generate a report. One, we have said that this dialogue, the way we had it at Grace Onyango and this one is just the start, that it will continue. And from now we are moving to the other counties. We have proposed in a draft document that in June we will be in Migori. To have a session with Migori people, generate the issues like this, document what we can, the violations and so on, because we also have Awudis and the others who have been doing it the other side. In fact, Awudi, Ogure and the others sometimes get information from outside KISUMU in terms of the documentation. We have worked with them. And even Owala. In the post-election period, Owala, I think Nyamori, before he switched off to what he's doing now, law and so on, a number of them work together with us, and we have a lot of documentation which we must continue doing. So, one, this conversation goes on. From now, the train will have left. We leave the KISUMU people speaking in the small committees. And we'll continue engaging with you. But we want to go down Migori, Homa Bay, Siaya. Then when we'll have gone round like that, we come back to KISUMU with the other delegates from the others to come here and say, now, what have we found elsewhere? We share it. Perhaps on that occasion, we'll probably have like 2 days or more, just to say, now, with all this information and the suggestions we have made and the demands for justice, how do we make them more practical? How do we make those demands to be realized? And at that point, I think we'll want to engage other people in terms of the practicalities of how we achieve some of the things that we are discussing. Now, the other thing we have discussed is that we are going to have a petition. We already discussed with Orengo, no aiche, no bine buda moro malokeshe got kata to aiche janu nagetuan. Gilgo wili. We must have the governors in these counties allocating a space, a memorial space for Joamos Ehi. Don't you want to say 100 years? Get him a memory, Sani. Ogunge. Get the president's leaders who control the Kuro. Keep the one you look at the Ketogi. Jomanote, Kaki Punyonga to come Magulu to give you look at ID to Indi Konyinga, and I said the Kuro. Nyake museum marni. Angumu mio marwani. Ngama Ogure. Nyen wancha toma de malokanyo. You'll excuse my language, you almost a toman, don't you? Oncha no maka with Matonia, new neighboroa. You almost have a Makuru population, the Lucha no macho. Kuru Papinuan. We must have a memorial space for Jowa in all our counties. Kataka in Kenyatta Sports Ground, Hindi Gardens, Space Ma, Miguru Kujotia Kamoromane, Nanane, Yataina Kabeta no Qualo, Mangan, Italian. Criticals. No Qualo, Miguru Kujotia, Nimgili Hotel, what can Kanya Waketi, some of those things. Togidwa Grabe, Wakedo Code. So, memorial parks and spaces for the and that is part of the healing process we must have. Bags, body bags. So that is another thing. Another thing, Mama Wacho. What do I keto, Phil Nani Patrick, Gimano about Dugni Moko Mauso in Latin America or Lungo Gina? Eh? Lunga, eh? Dukamoro Mantia Gera Parmoko, Katagik Mau Loso Maberca Besa. Marake Vetoni, where's Nani? Nani nyo watanamo Kevin nyo watanamo inya kana pedo kitisha kwa tini wani Yerusa nike Yerusa penya kwa kao. That is part of what is the direction. In fact, we must be very, very aggressive about how we want to do certain things, including taking very deliberate steps to minimize violence. Opportunities for creating violence, we must minimize. Koponia, what near Atokoro Sania Nerusa. No, Kevin no longer getting Morocco. Hey, offline. Your Martin, don't do some implement of offline. Yakibedi offline tomorrow. Kiku no go moya. Your mamma come to Tingy Tadono. So what we get to get Dugni Moko. Mantie kira para in different forms. Makete kanyate wachani mate ma appeal na makataka akete badaka. To awi joko duongo junior in terms of kaka wacha. kata t-shirt kata gima chielo oketo in all the counties mo waketo Nairobi ket Nairobi e citadel kumi ilose chenro kaka ibiro rodhwa. Professor Mono nyisa ni wang wabiro rodho wane bura Nairobi chiege to nie sirikal maduong' e bot mo consult to wacho ni wang wabiro rodho mano 2017 to ne gibiro gi rodho kendo mama te kacha kamento prof ing'ama yande progressive ni karanga timore ni no na wabedo kuma ni wacho na tida consult ne government kendo wabiro rodho ahinya kana doki to I told you that Tanzania mane wan go chieng'no wandan nini watu wa Kenya tunawaogopa nikech oyudo kwa gi professor no he was a long time friend of mine when we met in South Africa and we were saying now Kenya is going to move like this, we are on the progressive side. When he comes back here, what do I do? So these are steps. The other step, Manyutu Awacho, and what do I engage Jodongo? And we had started this thing before Mandamano, Jodongo Maka Umeyo. Jodongo Nyakwa engage you, more focused in terms of advising the youth. So that the youth don't doubt what you are saying. We follow you based on something credible. And this also means the cultural aspect. Okay? Kai to niti kimomi to wake bendo walungo ni ya jomoko wacho ni food security to Patrick ni nomi wagine mama joma we buy walungo ni food sovereignty. Inyalo kel Morogoro mar mchele gi helicopter to jiringo thiye. The value ma mchele noromo kata gi helicopter nyo kobiro kikile kwa go Nairobi. To jiringo, it is dehumanizing. Mondo kel mchele moko banks matin gi helicopter. Kai jiringo thiye weti jini ni kuro ni mano en food aid. Kama kako chule. We don't need to beg for anything. We just need to organize ourselves. That's why food sovereignty means ni okinyeo kothe ma olos gi Monsanto ga ngonge tagwasi ka nitie kothe ma pod beyo. Mwa wacho ni seed bank jodongo. Dong nitie seed mano ukano kamae. To kipidhe kendo to chiek. To mama 1 acre fund makigole gi neto thutho sechameni. Those are things we have a lot in store in terms of some of the things. I may not say all of them, but we are going to engage with the Council of Elders. We have said this. And we are going to have an MOU. The new Council of Elders also stabilize to tell them that they must also get involved in what we call alternative justice system. Because some of the problems can be solved out, not in court. Court is very controversial. It can delay for a long time. We can sort out some of the issues through the alternative justice system. And the elders can have that. Talk elders mean so I don't want to take so much time. I'm just telling you that this is a roadmap we are committed to. We are counting on all of you as ambassadors. We are inviting you to contribute your ideas to us. Think through it. Get back to us. Document kata balki mo kinya kata oro kata email kata ngo kata waburo ome nyaka dalen jaduong. Jodong ngane migai. Oknemi wa document madung matia so mad akelo ni nyaka karachuan dala. Doga kelo ni. That is what we will do. Abadi. Document me loso maduong mar kaka kukulubanga and everything. Ko pek kaka kila nyol wabro me kanyoka. Then we must also be a reading community. Kai. Nyakwaket resource center kan. Nitie nyakomoroka Asua is Asua here. She didn't come. Asua nya gumoro kedo Nairobi kutuma pek kabisa. Ni time pod waka higa makocha. No gini gimon ni ukombozi library. En manyo print no reports mo adwan bedoka e mangat ngato dhigo. En mo offer kien. Nikech onge ngama nyako wako asol pesa nigigewa. Uwinjo. Ok ni joma moko kusolo ma pesa to gine no wanya pasol pesa. Last time pesa mchano kata kocha jo Kenya no konyo to thoth jo luma moko mo wacho ni process ni nyaka kony bende no solo luma. And many of them are here. Ngi jo no kelo pi okelango mai kaka en. Mondo kikwa bed jo kweto ni everything wakwayo. No, nyaka support our processes. I want to stop there, Nani. And let me just now bring this to a close by saying that we have a report
I want to invite the KISUMU team, the entire committee. What can they call it? The team, committee Marwa, committee Aere, the party. Kevin is not here. Okay, so okay. Adwaro kwayo elders modonga suduruka. My document not going to pass information to the next generation. Adwaro youth more achiel ndo riko bieka. Nani, Agnes, can we have copies? As soon as we have this and build that, let's have the copies then. No, to this team first to carry, and then we'll distribute to the rest of. Yeah, for the picture. Yeah. Just bring some for the picture. Then, as we are moving out, they'll pick copies. So, okay. Yes. No, just immediately we finish this and you can distribute it. Now, let me have the honor. I'm inviting our guest from Nairobi, and that is the Deputy Executive Director of the Kenya Human Rights Commission, Cornelius, who spoke here, to unveil this report for us, because they have been part of the journey with us. He's just doing this on our behalf as a motivation, because this is our process. So, Cornelius, I want to give you this and ask you to unveil this as the report that we did from Mama Grace Onyango. Eriko Time, Ongade. Daku pambi hawa. Report ni American. Emitone. Ilo ngate. Odigo deka. Dan pamu. Kuro ma report ni maloka watemo wacho nyimwa mutiogo committee ni mwachake initiative wodungore Nyanza in dialogue initiative. Kuro Nyanza dialogue initiative edi mwatimo to committee kuro wacho ni one Nyanza heritage and empowerment app. What heritage and empowerment, one app marma to maa a program thing makuro wadhigo mbele. To wawacho ni one launch of the KISUMU MASSACRE COMMEMORATION report. To maa picha mane kama ni rodho goji. Inaka nyithindo ni nyong'wech Russia. Maa. Kae to kawuono tarigni to gi maa en gimwa luongo ni a memorial memorialization initiative of the Kenya Human Rights Commission at its 30th plus anniversary. Maa kadwa miyo Cornelius mondo wachie ni to memorialization makoro watimo kanyakla ni get at the national level kitu kakwa move chalnari.
As you're all aware, the Rights Commission is 32 years old. 32 years. Chapter 1992. First established in the USA in 1992 and registered in Kenya in 1994. Among the leading rights then was Kirai, Kirai Lungi, justice. Justice is also as part of preparation. Part of it is to record some of these things as we seek justice for the victims. We will do a number of things as part of this memorialization. We are doing a HRC book, 30 years. We are doing our, very soon we will be inviting you to launch our premise. We have moved into our own premise as Kenya Human Rights Commission.
Congratulations.
We are here to stay and we are not going anywhere. We will continue fighting for you.
Nairobi for when you have the guest.
Yes. So we will be inviting this team as part of that congregation to celebrate with us and we carry on with this advocacy. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to bring the copies. One team, because I copy it to them, get your team nani. Just say everybody else, get copies and give to everybody. When the guys work close. Report ni iko dala, iti losogoche numero ganda.
So after this, we take a group photo. We ask them to come here with the report. We take a photo here, and then that is provided for us. Told by.
Okay. Koro watu tinge kama. Aketi yoko. Okay. Oh, kiko gani wana? Watia ko kanya.
What is my
Watia ko? Okay. But erokamano, thanks for working with us. Office with the one short of Nairobi.
That's
try to report one bit of the catch.
what we call the count.
We call the count. Come
I have a very strong
Hello. I have the vouchers, lunch voucher. You will not be allowed to get to the restaurant without the voucher. So kindly the youth allow you to give the old people first before you go in. It's a humble request. So anyway, thank you for coming. Please come take a photo.
Please come, take a photo.
Nyanza Dialogue Initiative. Nyanza Dialogue Initiative. Nyanza Dialogue Initiative. We empower our people, we inspire our people, and to celebrate our people. Viva Kisumu, viva! Viva! Viva Luo, viva! Viva! Viva Kenya, viva! Viva!
Vocha ne matimi chiemo.